But this isn't orange. Why isn't this orange? Oh my gosh, why is it so green? Make this orange. There we go. Scooby, Scooby-Doo. I wonder if there's a way I can customize the thumbnail. Ooh, I should put that on another tab. Scooby-Dooby-Doo. Scooby-Doo-Dooby-Doo. Scooby-Dooby-Dooby-Doo. 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 Skibidi-bidi-boo-dooby-doo-doo. Man, I just realized how loud my computer fans are. Hopefully those don't come up enough. Oh no, the bot's looping in on itself. It must be taught more things. What would ChatGPT say about that? Would it say anything? Oh no, the sun's already setting. It's Jover. It's over. Maybe everything should be, like, condensed acronyms. It's so over just becomes it's sover. Wait, that's not acronyms. That's, I don't know, actually. Anywho's, who are you people? Hello. Oh, I am absolutely glowing. The sunset directly on my face. Hopefully my hands don't get too cold. It's that awkward period of time where it's still like 72 in my room, but for some reason my hands get cold, and seemingly just my hands. Okay. I ended the last stream sleeping so that we would have nice green start, but I guess the game had other plans. Anyway, my inventory is apparently still a wreck. I didn't clean that up. Okay. So, I ended the last stream, I guess, not really feeling like I got everything done that I truly would want to get done. So let's unload all this. Wait, was that? Why did I have that in my inventory? One second. Well, actually, I need spruce. Spruce. I have 1 spruce planks and a bajillion logs. Okay. I'm loaded up on burgers again. As we established last time, the villagers should be multiplying slowly. Or quickly. I mean, it's up to them what they want to be doing. Where do I... like, over here, I guess? I'm not really sure. These workstations may be too far away to count. So I'm not sure if we'll get enough farmers for making them self-multiply. Okay. I'm not yet regretting my choices of modifying the base. Nope, not at all. I'm apparently really warm. Not... It's sober. Yeah. I'm sober. How about you? Hi, sober. I'm Dad. Dad, are you sober? No. How do I make a compost? Is it half slabs? I feel like it's gotta be half. Yeah, okay. I didn't want to craft them until I knew. I'm just gonna add 1 in here. Like, I feel like it would blend in with the other bucket okay. But yeah, I'll just let them continue multiplying on their own. Buggy. See, by letting the chickens roam free, I can slowly collect just eggs throughout my day and totally not get annoyed as they fill my inventory. Okay, so... how much power do I have in this? A decent amount. Got some balloons, got some stuff. I'm getting cold now. Isn't that great? How that biome is like hot, I guess, and this biome is cold. So, I realized what I'm going to do with the back of the ship. I was thinking of extending it, though I do need to finish this side. I was thinking of extending it, but instead, I think what I'll do is I'll have like a little fin come down in the middle. So it's like 3 fins kind of interspaced, as above, so below. But for now, let's work on... I do want to put the rest of the skeleton of the balloon in place. The one thing I don't know is if I make the back of the ship weird like that, whether or not it's gonna have weird problems with me trying to design the ability for a, for other ships to sort of enter and exit. I still don't really entirely understand... Oh, it's in my inventory already. I don't entirely understand what's going on with that. So is that, like... I think the Enderman is no longer stalking me, right? That was a weird experience. Just an Enderman that didn't seem keen on despawning. I have no idea how long this is going to stay a skeleton. And one of my awkward realizations is I might actually replace these pieces of wool later, because I'm debating whether I should go with, like, a white balloon, like the standard white balloon, or if I should... So I'm gonna use like red. Actually, what balloons do I have? I'm gonna use red in some of my build. Hello. The propellers look a little. They look like propellers. I've had this conversation before about. I just try to make propellers, and they're not that bad. They're not that bad. Why is this always happening? How else am I supposed to? They're windmills. This is what windmills look like. Oh. So I've told this story before of making an airship on one of the like Minecraft like classic servers and having to be like, no, it's not what I wanted. It's not what I intended. I'm sorry. Because the problem is, okay, so that story is extra dumb. That story's so stupid. Because it's really hard to find where like the height limit is. So I wanted propellers on top of the ship. Like, you know, kind of like my old Besiege ship just had propellers on top. And I wanted it to be like at the top of the world, like flying over all the other creations. So I ended up making the propeller first, or the two propellers first. And well, I'm just glad the moderators of that server gave me a chance once I explained what I was doing. I did not realize just how bad the shadow of the propellers looked compared to the propellers themselves. It's like, ugh. I do wonder though, like, is there a better classic windmill design that you can do? Like, maybe if I add, 1 second, so windmill, because I do hate, like, making these, I do hate how it does sometimes look a little bit like that. You know, I'm realizing, well, no, this one goes the other way. No, this just is what windmills look like. I can't get away from it. They just look like this. I guess, could I do that? 1 second. There's one thing that's a little different about actual windmill designs. Well, no, I can't, well. So actual windmill designs, like, they go back a little bit further. But I can't make that work at this scale. Ah, whatever. Because, like, it's not just the visual oddity of it, but it's also just the fact that I'm just not happy with how it looks. Every time. Oh. Anyway, where was I? Oh, yeah. So I have this, like, earthy, like, red and brown aesthetic that I think I'll go with the ship. But, yeah, I'm not sure, like, maybe the balloon will stay, white? I'm not sure if I'll keep it just like the generic white balloon, or if I'll also add like a red and brown sort of aesthetic to it. Ah, I know what will fix what the the problem with the windmills. I'll make the aesthetic of the entire ship red and black. That has no problems whatsoever, right? I'll just make the windmills red and the balloon. No. Enough with this. Enough with this. I should just recreate the airships from Avatar: The Last Airbender. That doesn't have a similar level of villainous connotation, right? White middle streak. Oh, I know. 2 lightning bolts. That would look great. Kill me. This sunset looks kind of freaky. This is actually like a legitimate problem when you want to go with some level of like edgy aesthetic, like villainous, almost like, you know, I'm essentially making a mad scientist's lab. But it turns out the real life villains also understood that that was edgy and villainous in aesthetic. And so they stole it all from us. They stole it all from us, man. They ruined it. They burned it all down. It's like how I've been joking recently. So it's like, keep kings out of reality so I can still play with my, silly king aesthetic. Because it doesn't hit, it shouldn't hit close to home, and yet, oops, here we are again. We've got kings again. We just call them dictators or, democratically elected, totally didn't steal election, democratically elected. I mean, what? The first dictator of every country is always democratically elected. Generally. Oh yeah. Well, I'm talking about evil aesthetics. Let me drink out of my I mentioned with the wine glass yesterday, we got these, like, I don't know, they really are just, like, evil chalice. The silliest part about the evil chalice is that this is, I think, the first time I've really drank anything out of them. Because I've largely been using them for, snacks. Like, remember how I mentioned recently that candy corn and peanuts is actually surprisingly good? Yeah, I had just been mixing those in that. Like, I just, half peanuts, half candy corn. Boom, bada boom. Actual anarchy. Hey, you broke some of my crops. At least the animals are happier. Right? Right? They have their little hill they can climb and everything. Get me out of here. Get me out. That's a decent number of more egg. Okay. I'm still debating what I want to do with the sides of the walls. I guess I could extend... I can't reach. I guess I could extend the floor here out to where it's supposed to go. I still need to make more skeleton of the ship, like in the front, so I can get an idea for where the extents should be, because I've cursed myself. Not only is this way too large of a ship, but it's also got, like, kind of complicated curves that I've got to make now as well. It's like, oh, what am I doing? Give me those tomatoes. Anyway, you know, okay, so our little conversation just a second ago about the annoyance of aesthetic things being stolen, I guess, from us. There's definitely, like, many reasons not to get a tattoo. There was one thing recently which, kind of was the vibe of, yeah, also maybe don't get a tattoo on, I forget what it was. It was like, I don't know if it was like a dare or just what it was, but there was some guy running for an office recently, and he got into like loads of hot water when like people were like, that one tattoo you have, it was like a skull and crossbones, but it happened to be like one of the ones that I guess the Nazis had, like a division of Nazis had used or something. I don't really know the details, but I genuinely don't think in this case that he actually like knew what it was, because it was one of those things that I guess, from what I understand, I think he had got it just like on a whim when he was like abroad as like a soldier or something. Ow. Didn't mean to fall off that. Yeah, like, know what you're putting on your body is the moral of the story, unfortunately. Man. Getting out of this ship is a little annoying when it's not on the same plane. Cause yeah, apparently he was kind of mortified, I guess. And immediately tried, like, worked on getting it removed or whatever when he found out. I think it was one of those messes because, like, I think he was running for office. Was it up in Maine or something? And he was, like, running as a Democrat. So, I don't remember whether that did in his campaign or not, but, yeah. I mean, it's, gosh, it's kind of exactly one of those reasons why dog whistles work, because there are so many little things that it's really easy for a regular person to just not know what it is. I don't know, I mean, you know, I'm giving benefit of the doubt here, but, you know, maybe who knows, maybe we shouldn't, but also maybe it's one of those things where it's just like you kind of have to accept that, you know, if this was a mistake, you flubbed it. Restart and try again, you know? Like, I don't know. But, yeah, definitely tattoos are one of those things that seems to, no, this doesn't burn me, which is surprising. It seems to have this kind of issue. It's like the people that get tattoos, like they go to, like a place and they get, like, some Japanese words or something on them. And it just ends up being something vulgar. like, I guess that's the thing, like, putting something on your body without knowing what it is, at the very least, a sign of, well, at the very least, a sign that you, like, went through a very, very awkward phase. Because I feel like that was, like, the political drama at the time. Was you had on one side that happening with a guy trying to get elected as a Democrat representative. And I think, like, that whole thing came up around the same time that we got, like, pictures of the Secretary of Defense, or I guess as they're calling him now, the Secretary of War. Him shirtless and all the, like, crazy stuff he's got on. Which some of those fall into a similar camp, from what I understand, of, like, potentially very questionable connotations of deciding to tattoo yourself up a bunch of different ways. Now, like, I think it was only, like, one or two that were, like, notably weird. Other ones are just the kind of, like, overly nationalistic kind of stuff that some people would find fine and dandy, and other people would find very squeamish. For me, I find it kind of weird. Oop. Well, there goes that. But, I think that's one of those things where the difference seemed to have been one person with tattoos where they didn't really understand until they were told the problem, and another person who's just like, oh, these all have deliberate reasons, and you kind of judge it more on the deliberate reasons side, I guess. Do you like the reasons? It's like a thing you have to ask yourself at that point, I guess. It's okay to say no. What was I gonna say? I felt like I was gonna... Oh, gosh. Oh, just unrelated to that all. I think I was talking about, like, little bits of petty community drama as a topic. You know what? Do I have an iron door? I want to guard my villagers a little better. I got, like, a load of iron doors, actually. Buttons? No, I just make some real quick. Yeah, here's one for you that's, less petty and more actual consequential community drama that I was watching some videos on. There was, it was a weird week. The last week for Age of Empires has definitely been odd for that community, I guess. Oh yeah, there's loads of guys out here. See, I think they can break down the door, so I don't really want that. Dude. I can take some hits. Notification. Okay. 1 second. Let me just put these away. Can I put a button out? Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. There. It's a little weird, but, you know, it works. Chainmail, eh? But anyway, yeah, so for the, see, this is exactly why I can't let you guys, like... You know, somebody's could have broken that door down and gotten all of y'all. I'm actually a little worried. I don't know whether or not mobs can get up on the roof. Oh, I don't have my shield on. That's the problem. Whoa. A lot of you all out here. I'm getting wrecked. So yeah, the one thing that happened, so I guess a somewhat interesting topic about Age of Empires is they've been doing quite a lot of effort. See, look at this. There's, like, the mansion is just up into the hill. Who's to say a zombie can't just, like, roam around up here? Well, it's quite a ways. Yeah, the chance, I guess, is pretty low of it actually getting to one of those balconies. Yeah, so the Age of Empires community does a load of work. Or at least, like, part of the community working on setting up tournaments and everything. They do a decent amount of work trying to make sure... I guess this is where I would be worried the most. There's a chance, like, mobs could spawn on some parts of this roof, I think. So maybe I should go get another, iron door. And just not let them out of there. Yeah, it's just like put iron doors on all of the outer things, maybe. So one thing a while back, for the one group of tournaments with Age of Empires, they really didn't like the fact that there was a decent amount of smurfing going on in the community. Or, well, okay, so I think it was a mix of Smurf accounts, and there was, like, a whole problem of, people not getting the games that they want and just backing out immediately, which meant that counted as a loss and was lowering their elo. Like, people were legitimately... like, leaving games. I think the combination of they would leave games and use Smurf accounts to get around... I'm not sure if it would count as a Smurf account, but alt accounts to get around the fact that if you just exit the game, you get penalty of, like, you know, whatever number of minutes. It's really funny that I still just have soda in that cup. So, yeah, so it was a whole thing that they actually, did an amount of effort. Oh, hello there. Yeah, don't fall into the water now. Did quite an amount of effort trying to, reduce that. Because, okay, so, like, the whole problem ends up being... If you can dodge games and try to get games that you want... I know the buttons on the floor is weird, but it makes it weirdly easy to press for me. If you're just trying to get games that you want and you're dodging games and doing weird stuff like that, it, where were those exits? It messes with where your elo actually is. And if your elo ranking isn't accurate, then it messes up, which tiers you should be on for the tournaments. It's a whole ordeal. I guess for these I can just do them on the walls. Basically, it messes with the tournament placements, and they wanted accuracy. So that was like a whole ordeal they were working on. So they actually have done extensive work figuring out, like, people's alt accounts and stuff. And also adjusting their elo based on, playing habits. There's a lot of tracking that they have to do, and it's just like, when you think about it, it's just so much work added onto the people trying to do tournaments and games. Just because people can't play fair, I guess. So, yeah, it's to me, it's just really cool that they actually bothered doing the effort to begin with, for the benefit of like the community and different, like, definitely for the benefit of the members of the community that aren't cheesing it. Also, I might be explaining this a bit wrong. So this is like, I don't know, you could probably go to like T90's channel, find some of his older videos about it. He would go into obviously better detail as the guy that was coordinating a lot of this. Yeah, it was just interesting amount of work. But you can definitely see why some of this work is necessary. Considering, yeah, it's just like, yeah, they had like a cheating scandal as well recently, where one of the players actually tried to get into, like the Bronze League tournament twice. As two different accounts. And they were already suspicious of him, but his cheating was kind of dead in the water when the tournament brackets just so happened to put him and his alt account in the same, because I think, if I understand correctly, I think it was designed where, like, I think it was like, you know, there's like 128 people or something along those lines. Oops. Something along those lines, and I think it was divided into groups of like 8 people, or something like that. And then, so I think that divides into once you do your brackets, there would be 8 people winning, or let's see, 128 divided by 8, I think, or 16 people going. Okay, so I think it's like, yeah, the top 16 people all go up to Silver League. I think that's how it worked. It's a whole system. So unless it's groups of 16 and the top 8, then I don't know, man. One way or another, he got 2 slots in, I guess, to double his chances of getting not only the winnings, but also to go up into the higher league. I think I replaced all the doors. He just so happened in one of these to match against himself. But, which, his excuse, basically, they were already suspicious of the account, the alt account, and it basically just confirmed that it's just like, yeah, this has gotta be him, because, oh, they match up, and the alt account is suddenly like, oh, whip, I've got something came up, I can't anymore. Give him an admin win. Which is, I guess, just the thing for when, yeah, one person has to leave. But, it's like, yeah, some of the evidence that they found, and this is where it's like, it's a good thing the game has so much data for the ranking stuff. One of the main things that caught him, I guess, was the fact that his account was never on when the other account was on. And they actually compared that with the two accounts. They compared the two accounts. It's just like, are there any other users that they don't have any overlap with? I think it was something along those lines. And it's just like, the closest was one account that they still had like overlap with. So it just like, it was the only one with no overlap. So it was kind of just one of those things that ended up being very obvious, I guess. Wonder if I should just make this part of the floor flat, or if I should like run conduit in the floor. Actually, I didn't need to take these stairs out, did I? There was a couple other things, but I think that was like one of the major ones. Yeah, the whole thing was kind of crazy, I guess. So yeah, so a cheating scandal. And then the other thing that happened to the community this week was, or in the last few weeks or whatever, a site appeared that tried to start getting like sports betting type gambling introduced into the community, and luckily the community just like so like I guess a couple people, because they were offered money, took deals with it. Just a small few, but the community like really went against those people for doing it, apparently. And the yeah, they weren't having any of it. 'Cause yeah, that would have also messed up the competitive scene, because the big topic around that is, once you introduce sports betting, you get all kinds of garbage, like people claiming that, oh, they actually what was it? Well, you know, they lost that game on purpose so that they could bet against themselves and make more money off of the betting, and like all that kind of controversy was discussed as potential problems. Actually, you know what? No, let me, instead of flying around, I wanted to extend the floors a bit, just to get an idea for where they should go. Yeah, let me, oh yeah, and I shouldn't, at what point does this become wall? Sorry, I'm putting the brown wood in because it's like the floor, but at what point does it become wall? When it's curved. I didn't consider that. That's a weird thing. Throwing games, I think, is the word I was looking for. Yeah, so there's concerns of like, oh, yeah, this might introduce people trying to throw games, or all kinds of worries. It's just like, oh my gosh, this poor community's just going through anxiety this week. This crab guy joined a community game and he messed up and lost it for his team. I mean, what? No? Huh? If you want to see that happen, just go to T90 and look for their 2025 Halloween episode. And watch how bad the red player does. No, that's goofy. You know I like Age of Empires and kind of, you know, grew up with it a lot and all that, but, I will say, I don't actually play it that much. But I do absolutely love, watching T90's content. Like, I never played multiplayer that much. I played it with my brothers, and I think I played a few matches growing up, but it really was mostly against AI. So seeing how the competitive, like, stuff is, I don't know, like, I've gotten a little into it, but I'm not very good. I'm a low elo, well, not a legend yet, but, I'll figure that out one day. Oh! Before my very eyes! A noodle appears. Oh, and a kraken. Mini noodles. Yep, this is huge. Oh, Ooh, pretty sunset. But yeah, I've definitely... There we go. I've definitely gotten into watching Age of Empires a decent amount. And a lot of it is mostly just T90s content. It's perhaps hard not to, like, pick a guy and stick with him. Especially because some of them, like, T90's got a decent, like, community feel. With his community games and stuff. And maybe there's more guys. I swear there was another guy that I thought was pretty good content. I haven't checked some of the other channels in a while. A lot of the other big ones are just, like, all competitive. Because I guess T90 is one of the few that's like, yeah, he's got a decent rank, but he's more caster first and player second, I guess I would say. Where the others are, I guess, competitive first, perhaps. I definitely feel like if there's one thing I can recommend, the videos for the videos for whoops. Oh, I don't have any scaffolding on me. Let me grab some of that. Even though it's really glitchy. Mini maps or small maps. Like the community game videos are really good too, but the for me one of the most fun ones that he's had is a series of map but smaller basically. Like or not just smaller, as small as possible, smaller than you can like enable in-game without, like, mods levels of smallness. Okay. Those are, like, really good starter content, I guess I would say. If he sounds if watching more Age of Empires stuff sounds fun, because they're so small, it kind of has this feeling like it makes Age of Empires more like watching a chess match. Unlike the hours-long matches that you might expect from the game, you know, these can go 10 to 15 minutes, sometimes less than that. Some end so quickly. They really do condense the format of the game into something really chaotic and a little bit goofy. Great, I'm leaving my boats behind by accident again. I can fix that. Is it so bad to want to park my boat right up against the thing. Okay. That's better. It's still floating way too high. Like, the point of the things on the bottom of the boat, the entire point of those originally was to, yeah, there's, if I fall off this, I'm dead. That's what we're learning. The whole point of those originally was to, like, be in the water. It's so weird, the bed is too far away. Like, it's a balancing thing, I guess? Like, is it exploitable that you can have the bed far away and still get into it? I don't know. Berries. Yeah, I don't entirely like the process of getting to this, Oh man, what have I done? This ain't great. That's for sure. Will I survive the fall damage? Probably. Oof. Okay, get back in here. I really need a proper dock for you. I gotta remember to, like, shove it into the wall every time I move it. I like to schmoove it, schmoove it. See, I just have to make the boat heavier, is all. Once I add more to the ship, it should naturally, sink again. Especially once I start adding more modded stuff. Because the trick with modded stuff is wood planks are listed as 480 kilograms. Modded blocks that aren't registered with the thing. Like, let's get rid of the balloons here. Just like look at something. Yeah, 1,000 kilograms. So all the modded blocks are like twice as heavy. Now the catch there is some of these modded blocks are probably crazy enough that they should be heavy. Like, I don't know, like, a block of tin maybe should be heavy. Maybe a Miku plushie shouldn't be heavy. But if I look up, like, obsidian, for instance, obsidian is, like, 2,000 kilograms. So, some of these blocks get the benefit of actually being lighter than they should be. Other ones of these get the benefit of being, or get the downside of being heavier than they should be. So, I think it balances itself out a little bit. The heck? How? What? Huh? Why do we have a floor cow? How did we get a floor cow? Did I push you into the floor? Get out of the floor, floor cow! Stop pushing the floor cow! Oh no, they're okay, the floor cow is escaping the floor. Good. Okay. Do I just walk through this if I don't jump up on top? Oh, no, it pushes me up. That is not great. The cow is too heavy. Broke reality. I wanted to say something about, like, dense beef, but I couldn't think of a word with a B. Ballast beef? Close enough, right? Balatro beef. Play your card game. Should I add sort of a piece of trim on the ship on the spots where the layers are different? Or should I not make it so obvious on the outside how many floors there are? It's like, I guess part of my brain wants to make it seem like it has floors like a building, but that's maybe a little odd? I do think it might be neat to do another airship series. Once this one's spent everything I can get out of it, should I figure out a way to set up a sky block where I don't even have an island? I just have a little platform that's one of these floating things. I might be able to actually find... Oh wait, yeah, the infinite skyblock thing me and Dan were playing. I could do it with... I could find that map and I could modify it or something. Thing is, it's not really gonna have modded materials, or will it? It has its little islands and some other things like ruined portals, I think, spawn in the sky. Modded structures might spawn in the sky, but I'm not sure how all that works. Okay. It's the whole back of the ship. Or the whole, whatever floor of the ship this is, extended. It's just getting wider. Weird shaped ship. Actually, where are we? Oh, we're... I'm assuming the bot's gonna tell me to BRB in a second, and I should probably listen. I'm learning to how to be a streamer again, and how to run ads at the correct times to not scare people away when the ads run. Because again, like, it is the funniness. I watched a stream recently, and it really is just the sense of, like, how do you people live like this? Dealing with what Twitch does to you. I started feeling bad for what I do to my audience by making you deal with random ads. Realizing how bad those actually feel. So I just gotta run like a minute of ads every hour, and I think that should prevent it from being annoying. So I gotta take down this whole wall. Also, I need stairs. Like, can I just build some stairs in here real quick? Oh, the darkness has consumed me yet again. That's probably a good time to take a BRB real quick. Well, actually, yeah, no, I'll just do it while it's slugging out. I gotta remember, I pee real fast and the commercials are like... done in a minute. Actually, it is... might be fine. I feel like I need to, you know what, yeah, I should take the extra time to just like actually stretch a little bit. Just move my legs. Actually, I do have to log back into the world, so let me do that. Yeah, I need to stretch and at least wait for the BRB timer to hit 2 minutes, and then I can come back. Okay. I need to live. Okay. So, where was I? I think I was gonna put stairs in. Yeah, the stairs kind of come up over here. I'm getting rid of some of my glowberry growing, but at some point I do need to replace that with, at some point I do need to replace that with a proper glowberry production. Or the whole production. I don't know if I'm gonna... I guess I could put my farms up there. I don't see why not. While I'm at it... make some... noise. Make some Mongolia for the walls. Put some of this away in the backpack. I also want dark oak. It's starting to feel like a palette. It just feels like it would be, I don't know. I don't really know. I just think red and the brown is like a good combination. You know, I've mentioned before, for like clothing and stuff, I do like actually just brown clothes. I think they look nice, but I at this point don't feel like I have... Oh, these sound interesting. I don't have much in the way of brown clothing anymore. I've got my jackets, I guess. I had like a pair of brown jeans that were nice. Those, I used them too much and they died, basically. But yeah, I don't know. Earthy tones. Oh yeah, let me actually put the stairs in. It's very important that even if they're temporary, the stairs have to have the backwards underside block that makes them look more like proper stairs. It's very, very important. If it's not aesthetically pleasing, what's the point? I don't think I need torches on the ship. I don't think anything can physically spawn. I really would love if they could, just because that would make making a large structure like this kind of freaky. Like you're working on it and zombies can spawn. Like, do you think you're comfortable? Because it's like, oh, my ship is like an entity. No. It is a piece of the world, and the mobs know it. It is weird that the sound sometimes doesn't work. But, thinking about, the early conversation about the sort of like, yeah, don't be ignorant to what you're putting on your body, conversation. with tattoos and just like some of the other political stuff. I guess there is a conversation to be had of ignorance versus malice. Malice is when they outright tell you their intentions. I mean, obviously malice can be, you know, hidden and secretive. We were just talking about concepts like dog whistles and whatnot. But, I mean, really though, the barrel, we're at the bottom of the barrel with, you know, with things right now in the United States. Just, you know, in that a lot of it is just out in the open. Loud and proud and depressing on top of that. So yeah, it's a little easy to attribute certain things to just straight malice. I mean, I guess it's interesting because it is malice that does have its origins in ignorance. I think it's very easy to say that the rich class themselves are a load of people that become bitter and terrible with origins that have basically given them an easy, like, ignorance-filled life. At the end of the day, what they have become is malicious, but yeah. Like, I guess I'm thinking of that recently with, you get these odd comments here or there, which really makes it clear. It's just like, oh yeah, you've never struggled ever. What? Have you ever really been to a grocery store yourself? Do you know what working actually is? And I guess I say that, like, I feel like I've had things, well, I've had things in a weird state between easy and difficult. Some of the difficulty self-inflicted, some of it's life just being weird and odd and weird and odd. But I guess it's one of those things where it's just like, at the very least, despite, from a, like, working standpoint of like, employment and whatnot, I've had it easy. But, even then, I have also done plenty of hard work and understood the struggles of, like, my family and, you know, everybody on that sort of level of just, like, yeah, you just have to kind of be there with their struggles to understand it. But, yeah, I think this red will look good once I start adding some of the darker brown. Just looking out at the mobs. But, I guess, like, really one of those things of just, like, you just kind of have to assume a lot of the rich class do not understand, struggles, is the very clear sense that's like, ah, yes, you've Also, definitely never had a struggle meal. It's unfortunate, too, because then you get, like, there's definitely the cases where you can definitely see the handful of wealthy people who... Oh! I didn't think I was that close to the edge. Holy moly. I jump scared myself. You do get an amount, and it's usually not the highest, like, class of rich, I guess, but you do get an amount of those that are wealthy, and their actions are simply ignorant, I guess. And those ones generally come from a place where they have actually gone through hardships. They did kind of like rags to riches situation. Unfortunately, from what I can tell, in a lot of those cases, what you end up getting is the I got mine sort of personalities. They're the plane that has come back from war, riddled with bullet holes, but still flying, and insisting that, actually it's where we have the bullet holes that need armor. And not the other spots, you know. Y'all know what I'm saying. I mean, it is, I guess it is, you know, we were just talking about gambling a second ago, and I guess it is just kind of that, the sort of, it's like believing that everybody can be a successful gambler. I won the lottery, why can't you? You just didn't gamble hard enough. It's gonna take a lot of wood, by the way. Okay, but how cool would it look like, when my, airship is burning to the ground? Oh, burn to the ground! The most frustrating of all these sort of topics of just, I guess, the disrespect of the wealthy. This wasn't, like, I don't like how this is curved. I'm gonna take off one block on either side, and I think that'll fix it. I definitely, I feel like, I feel like it's hard to say specifically how malicious it feels at the start, but there's definitely that situation of like the people that are, they're making their money and they're like, oh, I'm just like you. Or I understand your problems, and, you know, I'm a rich person that wants to do better in the world. Or whatever thing, and they make a load of money, weirdly enough, off of presenting, like, celebrity types, I guess, for sure do this a bit, maybe something that you see within YouTubers, perhaps. That's not me coughing, being like, cough, cough. That is just actually me coughing. 1 second. I want this to, like, bow upward a little bit, but I'm not really sure how far. Or like where the gradient should actually be. By the way, I hate this. Walking on this part of the ship like this. This is kind of awful. I guess I'll have it go up just, maybe just 2? Or, well, I'll probably have the sides of, well, no, the sides of the ship will probably be fences? What do I actually want to do with the sides of the ship? I kind of like, can I see one from here? I kind of like what the building over there does. I can't see the balcony. Or up there? No. That had like some balconies with some trapdoors. I might use trapdoors as like the sides of the ship, but I'm not sure. They're nicer fences because you can kind of get up next to them. Maybe I should have built the floor first. I don't know, man. Maybe something like this. I forgot double tap sprint was a thing. That freaked me out. Can I disable that? I never used that. Or wait, no, I think I do use it. Do I? I'm not sure now. No, I think I always click my E key for sprint. I'm super dead if I die here though. Like Mondo super dead. Okay. I don't like the gradient that I'm doing there. I think I need to go over a little bit further. Where was I? Something, I'm just like you. Something, I was just like you, and now I have ascended and can look down upon ye. Yeah, maybe that's how it feels. This is where I maybe need to use half slabs when I'm doing this. I also just need to collect more wood. Half slabs are going to be complicated because I can't put the things on top of them. I'm not really sure what to do there. Maybe I could use stairs to kind of simulate it a little bit. I don't know. The gradient is really. Were you discussing getting a tattoo of the eyes or? Well, see, actually, we've had a conversation recently, which comically maybe ties into my discussion of don't just put symbols on your body without entirely knowing what they mean. That's really weird. Of the exact problem I was discussing was there was a guy recently, I think, that had at one point gotten a tattoo, not realizing it was a skull and crossbones that like one of the Nazi divisions had used at one point. And I think we had like the issue that we had talked about that like there was some stupid thing where like there was a really niche white supremacist thing with 83. I don't really remember, but it was one of those things that it's like niche enough that I don't really worry about, but it would be niche enough that getting a tattoo of it, I would probably worry about. Ah! So let's not. Yeah, I have no idea what that one was about for sure. But it disappoints me that every number, you really just should not put random numbers on your body, because like, oh, you could put like what, 13, like unlucky 13 as a tattoo. Oh, that's MS-13 apparently, I guess, whatever. Yeah, it is kind of cringe. I agree, bot. I can't pillar on this ship for some reason. One of the eyes. Oh my gosh, yeah, imagine actually... Ah! Yeah, imagine... Oh. Oh. Do I hear a bird? I just realized my windows open a crack because it was getting a little warm. We're going through the we're going through the weird part of the season where it's cold in one room and warm in the other, and the heating kind of turns on everything or nothing, I think. This point, the journey learning was fun. Yeah, like definitely the solution will never be, I guess, weirdly enough, the important part. The journey kind of, unironically, the journey was like more important than the destination. Actually, wait, no, I should do this with the dark. But it would actually kind of stink if it's just like Petrie actually put something that's just like dedicating his love for some kind of messed up cult. That would be like, that would be just maybe a bit disappointing. Somebody gets a tattoo of just like a random part of the glyphs, and then they find out that it's just like, oh no, it's unironically just says Hail Satan, which probably out of the various things these days, you know, could be worse. You know, I would, that's one of those things, a lot of like the neo-Nazi stuff, these days is a lot more specific to like American neo-Nazis. I would be unironically freaked out about it a little bit, just a little freaked out, if it were, like, if it were somehow revealed that it's just like, oh no, the 83 thing was like specifically a Finnish neo-Nazi group number. It's like, no! We can't have anything fun! Most of those friends did indeed have eyes. Yeah, I had twice as many as people thought for a while. I mean, what? Closing my second eye didn't help open my third. Maybe I wasn't dedicated enough. Oh, I actually finally... Why am I, like, so much higher on the webcam than I was before? I finally, watched a little bit of the videos you linked. I watched some, like, cryptography, or not cryptography, alchemy history stuff before, but I don't think I'd watched, like, something, like, anything, like, too crazy in-depth. It is kind of funny to me, watching this and kind of thinking to myself, huh, yeah, there is kind of some level to it where, are we sure the alchemists that were making it, like, super obscure Um, I know, like, in the video they talk about things like trying to protect their trade secrets and stuff like that. But how much of the stuff that's, like, not as chemistry related do we end up thinking was essentially the early chemistry equivalent of I solved the eyes and then presenting a hoax using obscure, like, was alchemy essentially back in the day a constant HS situation? Like, it does feel, it really does feel really in line with the same general issues. You know, when I'm deciding to make my walls red, I didn't consider that the inside of my ship would also be red. And I might put a second layer of walls, because I think I want red on the outside, but maybe not on the inside. I don't know, we'll see. I'm also probably gonna add, like, huge windows, to be honest. But yeah, I mean, obviously the whole thing was like a load of different hoaxes, but to me, I guess the part that's funny really is it's the strategy was the same. Put it through obscure riddles and all kinds of other things, and no one will be able to question you because they have to decipher the riddles first. Which makes it kind of funnier because you have those people. Oh, is he like testing goggles or something? Sorry, I saw my brother go out onto the patio. Waving to him. You'll have these early chemists that got into alchemy, and the whole issue of I think the one video brings up what was it? Was it Newton? That, like, there's not very much documentation of his early messing around with alchemy, because that he was probably spending most of that time trying to actually figure out, like, what any of the texts meant. Truly, it is the curse of anybody interested in the eyes. This was all leading into the eyes. All alchemy ever. Freaking huge ship. Once I get the basics of the boat squared away, where I feel happy about, like, the simple, like, design elements, I think after that point, I might start the process of exploring the world while working on it. Like, so I'm not just sat here all the time. I think I just need space on the deck where I can grow trees while I'm floating about. And then, you know, that from there I think I could just have trees grow while I'm messing with stuff. So, like, maybe this back area, I mean, there's a huge hole in the balloon, so from nonsense is a challenge even today. Yeah, that was part of the interesting part about at least the one video. I'm only halfway through the one video. I kind of had it on in the background while I was working on that GIF that I didn't finish before the stream. Oops. Actually, for a moment, I thought I was actually gonna sort of hang out with a friend instead for like 30 minutes before the stream. But then he got a message from another friend I was just like, oh, wait, no. Actually, we can do this after the stream. This guy isn't gonna be around, all the time. Like, or he visiting town, I think. It was just kind of funny because I'm like, oh, yeah, I can, sure. I can take a look at what you want to show me, and then, wait, no, we get on call, and he's immediately like, I just got a text. So it was really funny. Just like, oh, good call. See you in 5 hours. I can just get the main walls down here. It's like a really good start. IMO. Like, okay. As much as I could just, like, put the walls down and be cool with it, this part, this area, I need to actually think, because I kind of want the windows to be inset. So maybe I should design around that. And in that case... Okay, so where the center, I think, is always centered on this. So I could put, like, a divider in the middle. How big do I want these windows? Giant freaking lab windows. And I guess in that case, if these are the windows... I don't need this. Well, actually, do I? No. We'll keep the brown trim on this part as well. Hey, at least I've gotten to the part where I can work on this stuff and not sleep the night every time. Though I probably should put torches down as I go. Ooh. Wait a second. I also want to... If I'm going to do this, I need a source of glass for the windows at some point, don't I? Huh. Well, maybe that's our first goal. Sail somewhere that I can find a desert. What kinds of glass do I want? I know some of these, I think, look a little fancier, maybe? Forget whether... Yeah, I think this would probably maybe be the glass I want. Or maybe a mix of these just to make it... Like, if I put a vertical one occasionally, and so I need the vertical glass, and that's just in a stone cutting table. So do I think I need framed glass. Why? Okay, how does this... Wait a second. Do I use... So okay, yeah, I think it's like you can put any glass in and get it. So how do I get glass is then the question. Is there a better way, or do I just what the heck? You can smooth it out, like you can untile the glass? Ancient sand? Yeah. Okay, just any form of sand. There's no... Are you making Pepsi? Do I need to make Pepsi? I could also just buy glass. Okay, I just wanted to double check there wasn't like some notably better way of obtaining glass that I wasn't aware of. I don't need Pepsi. We're not rioting over Pepsi. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Do I want to do it every 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sorry, Sorry, it's a little hard to count some of these with, the, do I want to, like, make them kind of circular, too? Maybe? Maybe. Maybe! Yeah, this is the point at which I have to start thinking, oh no, what am I actually doing aesthetically with the ship? Not just, like, framing out, like, the details, but... like... oh man, yeah, like, do I give, like, a little lip here? Like, I have to be creative? I have to be creative? I installed the create mod to do that for me, didn't I? Oh, that's not what it's for. Do I have any glass? Oh, also, I should really consider going to the Nether properly. Like, I should really plan out an actual Nether expedition to maybe start working on, getting my, long-distance terminal. Glass. Okay, I have regular glass panes. I have just a little bit of glass, and I have sand. I didn't make more, did I? No, I think I turned it all into bottles, I just remembered. Oh, what do you mean I'm off by 1? I'm cooked. Oh wait, that's what the blast furnace is for. Gimme! Gimme! Yaha. So, I feel like we're finally at the point of the year in this area where, you know, we've hit November. When am I gonna see snow? Snow or riots. It's really unfortunate that you have to craft this first. And how do I then make... oh, I have to craft... oh, I need more. I actually straight up just need more glass. Oh, it's coming. I did see on... one second, let me double check again. I did see... there was, like, supposed to be flurries at least, but no, those are gone. Do we have anything else coming this week? Doesn't look like. Not listed. So. You lied. There is no snow. Also, I can't. I just wanted to make a couple, like, panes. I just wanted to test out how it looked. One second. Maybe I can just find some real quick. Like, over there, maybe? This isn't the greatest place to find sand, considering it is a stone beach. Whoa. Wait, there's like a river over here, I think, right? Rivers sometimes have sand, and sea monsters can't get to me. Or is that just sand? Is that sand? That might be sand. Or is that just weird stone? You better not be weird stone. Actually, can I craft? Well, can I? Not sandstone. I just want sand. Or it's just sand. Sandstone. Sandy dirt. Ancient sand. Oh, wait, well, huh? One second. Oh, right, you can make it out of gravel. Or sandstone. Or a crumble horn? Twilight Forest, gotcha. Gimme, 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 gimme. I'm just gonna grab about a stack for now and head back. My poor, gutted ship. It's funny how the most constant threat around my base in the water almost isn't the sea monsters. I'm almost threatened more by the jellyfish that are just below me at any given moment. Why are there so many giant jellyfish? Is this normal in the sea? Even the big ol' oh no, I floated higher again. Why does this keep happening? One second. Can I lower this, please? I guess did I make the ship more buoyant? I've been adding blocks. Really? I wonder if it thinks it's colliding the thing here. Actually, yeah, F3B. Yeah, it might be having some weirdness with the bounding box of the I don't know. I don't know. The bounding box is weird. I'm not sure what is and is not causing it to go up. I just hope if I make it heavy enough, it'll stop trying. Okay. I also need to grab more coal soon. Yeah, I gotta fix... The bot has a little bit of brain damage. For some reason, it always says that phrasing a little wrong. I really, really don't think the bot should be phrasing it that way. Like, I think it has to have a whole different prompt of I don't know, like, hard because Discord, you scroll down 2 inches and it suddenly teleports you, or... hard because it's... Oh, Blast Furnace can't do that. That's technically not ore. Hard because it's depressing to realize it's been this long and a lot of people just are at the same spot. Shoveling the lack of doubles is one of the most brain-dead things the bot can say. I kind of love how bad it is. It's so stupid. Okay. I kind of wanted some vertical ones too, so maybe I'll wait till this cooks, or you know, I'll place some of them. Okay, let me get the vertical ones. It's in the spoiler channel, and people just randomly interrupt with unrelated stuff sometimes. Man, it's still funny to me, just, what that reminds me of is... We wanted to have a game like dev discussion. Like we started to have a little bit of it in the Eyes channel. And then we're like, that shouldn't be there. We really shouldn't be like interrupting split framed glass? What's the difference? I don't know. Yeah, we didn't like the fact that we were kind of interrupting proper Eyes-related discourse. So we tried to go into the off-topic channel. Wait a second. That's not correct. We went there, and we immediately realized just how horrible the off-topic channel is for any kind of discussion, because, like, holy moly, is off-topic chaotic. But I still just mostly find it funny, because we ended up convincing the moderators to make the actual, game dev discussion channel, of which I've hardly talked in since after that conversation, because of the realization of, oh no, I don't, like, sure, it was, like, kind of my idea, but, to make the channel, but, oh no, I feel awkward that this is, like, if I talk about my own stuff, it's like, wait, did I just make an entire, I get them to make an entire channel, and then if I talk too much, it's self-promotion? Maybe eventually I'll not feel weird about that, but I kind of played myself. This is worse. I was really, like, hoping this wouldn't be worse, but this is worse. Like, can I connect these ones? No. And these ones will connect, but they'll connect... Oh. These are so bad. Okay, in that case... would I rather make the entire window clear? Or... Wait, what is the difference with this stuff? Like, what does this one look like? Okay, this one's just... It just does that. For every single panel. Okay. Eh. It's the old discourse... Oh, wait, yeah. Not having two channels in a forum... Now having two channels in forum threads makes things harder to search. Yeah, like, is the whole, is the whole timeline thing, like, I guess, the side quest you're stuck on forever now? He doesn't really know what to do. I was kind of curious whether this would be a problem, but the Endermen really do not know what to do. Whoop. I can kind of exploit this in a comical... Whoop, oh, there he goes. And then he comes back. Oh, and... Oh, wait, he's back again? He can't get on the ship. It's so funny. I mean, he probably can get on the ship, but I think his AI will stop. Or wait, yeah. Oh, he's trying. He's actually trying. I'm actually impressed. But he gets real confused after a second. Oh, I think he can only navigate. He's navigating on the spot below the ship, so I don't think he can get past this point. Yeah, the ship is a little exploitable, to be honest. My current side quest of the main side quest of documenting things in a wiki. Yeah. Probably focus on writing the group theory related wiki pages, but the timeline has got me interested, and I found... I mean, I do think it's valuable in that there's a sense that we're at a point where we're at risk of kind of losing our channel history in a weird way, in that you're already noticing things that are missing along the way. Like the deleted usernames and other stuff. Documents that have been updated, but you can't really tell when. So full window versus aesthetic vertical split. I think the aesthetic vertical split wins my favor. I wanted just a single split, but I think this is fine. The heck? How tall? Part of me wants them to not go all the way to the top. I don't know what I'm doing. No, wrong. Everything's wrong. Why do I have shovel out still? It's probably gonna look cool, maybe. But yeah, I see value in it. I see money to be I mean, sorry, value in it. The money to be made was the friends along the way? What? Huh? Other humans only exist to be monetized. That's the moral of our earlier story about malice and people becoming wealthy. I always forget the rotations on those are off, and it always trips me up. It is so very weird. Just making sure, yeah, that's completely off. No risk of exploding the universe. Part of me almost wonders if a full, like, I can see from the floor level of window would be cool. Yeah, it was really unfortunate earlier. You were showing me that timeline that you found that somebody had made that was like a really simple, but it had some interesting notes, things taken from the Discord, but the real simple, like, documenting mostly like where people thought it was a bug, and then like the lead up into HS and everything. It's like every single time this is all people think is important. And again, that one I'm assuming was written when Hidden Secret was a thing. Like, it was probably written specifically because they were there during that, but, every time. HS this, HS that. When are we gonna talk about group theory? I just need that, the meme of things, like, character, like, drowning. Actually... Novel being held up. Cryptography. Sinking, and then... down at the bottom is, group theory. Just a skeleton in a chair at the bottom of the ocean. I still think we should replace HS with hidden state. It is really funny that, like, that's the only hidden, only HS that matters. Oh. How confusing would that be, though? Because, like, we start using HS all the time to mean hidden state, and then people trying to read back the chat history and seeing all the HS was a hoax. Like, oh no, we've played ourselves. Yeah. Yeah, once this is like a big lab, that looks pretty cool. Ugh. It's too bad that we've already got a pretty good idea that they have no idea what they were talking about. Because otherwise we could make the "did they know" kind of jokes. No, they didn't. They really didn't. Let's be honest, they did not know. I'm kind of curious how dangerous the Kraken actually is. I've managed to avoid interacting with it, unlike the sea serpent. This needs work. I am kind of tempted to... see, that's... It definitely makes the ship a lot less red if the window frames are like this. So I'm kind of debating, what do I modify the aesthetic with a little bit here? I think I might actually cut these off, maybe? Or wait, no, I have to cut these off anyway, I think. Or just the one of them. Oh, well, there goes that. I only have 2 stairs in my inventory. Wait a second. I can't really work with this. I can't work with these conditions. I might be able to... So I was thinking just now of putting, like, a stripe through there. I think that might work. Oh. Bot says it's BRB time, and like I said, I need to respect the bot, so it is BRB time. I'm back. So, this is one of those awkward things where I leave my room, and my room isn't completely silent. I actually... why does this always feel like this is never where it should be? Am I not where I should be? Where am I? This is where it's just like, my room's not completely silent either, but it has mostly low pitch hums, like my computer fan and stuff. Hola. But, I guess part of my brain can't help but be like, ah, yes. The woes of first world problems. In that, it drives me a little crazy leaving my room and hearing all of, like, the various, like, high-pitched things in the house. Like, I'm just glad that since we moved, I'm no longer right next to Dan's 3D printer. I'm not gonna lie, that was kind of the worst part about, like, sharing, like, right next to him in the shed. I do not like the constant high-pitched whir of that thing. Even living here, admittedly, I do end up during the day going over if I have my door open and slightly closing his. Just because he does so many projects, it just goes and goes and goes. I'm gonna go mad. But, yeah, I don't know, I guess you probably hear it as well all the time, Gold. It's a little maddening. It's constant. It's not like super loud, but it's you know, kind of a constant thing. This is one of those other reasons why we need to get him his own workshop again. I just don't get how he, like, isn't bothered by it personally. Just because his desk where he works is, like, it's right behind him. It's like, oh my gosh. Luckily, if I do slightly close his door, it does help a lot. But it's not just that. It really is just there's a whole collection of stuff. In modern houses and stuff. You know, you got your refrigerators. I kept, like, getting, like, freaked out by the noise that little countertop ice maker makes. It always sounded so weird until I got used to it. But there's that makes noise. The air fryer is currently going. Okay, do not do that with the axe. Like, I don't know. There's just so many sounds in this building, in our apartment. That's maybe where. I'm not sure. That doesn't look good. That's maybe where. Or wait, no. Maybe we double down on it. Maybe it looks good if I double down. Nah, it doesn't look good if I double down, I don't think. If only there was mix and match blocks. Nope. Oh. What a little tiny thing to get stuck on. Freaky. Yeah, that is one of the nicer things about having like a more spread out house, I guess. Admittedly, the kitchen is always one of those central rooms that you can't really escape if your fridge makes noise. But, you can at least... Like, maybe this is why I miss having a hallway. I feel like having a hallway... like, your room is, like, further away from everything. Though I guess this was also a bit of why I think Dan intended originally to put his 3D printer in his closet. That didn't really work out because it produces heat. And they, like, I think it was just getting too hot in the closet. So it probably does drive him a little crazy then. Yeah, at least a little. Gimme. I spend way too much time recollecting blocks that I really do not need to recollect. So do I want to kind of mirror the pattern on the bottom here? Because if I do that, okay, so what I could do... I could do something like this, using the half slabs on the bottom. Then this part's red again. Yeah, that could work. Maybe. I think I see the vision of my grand steampunk airship. You know, at some point I'm gonna build something that I'm just gonna have to tear out one of these windows and just shove it out the side of the building because it's too big. Now the question ends up being, with this curved underside part, what to do. I could just make it like red and brown, like kind of stripes maybe? Or I could do a kind of curved red bit and then sort of the brown, like a brown edge, like here. It's just a bit silly because in the end I have this like little tiny divot. It adds shape, it kind of gives it a boat-like profile, but it's just kind of silly. It's just a itty bitty, little bit goofy. Go. Okay, so definitely in that case, then I shouldn't have made this. I shouldn't have built this because I have to take it back out again. As I hear splashing, and I'm like, is that the stuff I'm dropping? Is that the bite of 87? Oh, you know what I should do? I just realized I'm like, oh, I gotta go back and I've gotta go back and craft more stuff. No! Of course I don't! Floor crafting table, heck yeah. Oh! No! I forgot! I haven't slept in a little while. Get away! Get away! Are you gonna get stuck in my ceiling? You are. Ah! The only thing that can fight me in my airship. Phantoms. Fun fact, I actually did try to install more flying creature mods. There really are not that many. Death gaze is smaller than I remember. That's just how big my ship is, clearly. So, what can I use this? Oh yeah, I forgot. If I actually do exploit them, I can get like loads of stuff. Repair elytras. Make some potions. Make it into liquid. Liquid slow falling. And phantom themed train tracks. Okay. Weird. I wonder if there's any weird way I can trick the phantoms into, like, entering a small hole in the side of my airship and then getting murdered inside. And then just collecting the membranes. Make a weird phantom farm out of them trying to get me inside. No. That's wrong. Actually, yeah, no, Death Gaze was smaller because I was on my little boat. If I'm on my big boat, clearly a large one will spawn. That would be, like, terrifying if you could actually get, like, different spawns based on the size of your ship. Oh, no. Whoa. What's a shark doing there? How do I want this? Because I could just use the half slabs and then the red on the actual underside. Man, I want some, like, red velvet cake now. I think that could work. It's a little off, but I think it's maybe fine. First trigram enter 4 months before Reddit post. This wasn't mentioned at all in the timeline. Not the reading order, though, just the triangle part. Huh, so like somebody trying to read them as triangles, I guess, is this the earliest case of that you've found, or? So they didn't make much effort. Like, they just like, oh, maybe... What would, like, did they have a hunch? Like, were they going for the classic, oh, maybe it's numbers in order and it didn't translate to anything and they just gave up on that immediately? That's my guess. That's my entire, like, timeline of 1,000 different things. Granted, I guess that is what the entire iChannel still is a bunch of people going, oh, maybe it's this, over and over again, and then not doing any further work. Oh, they literally just, like... oh, man. Oof. Ah. Maybe they're triangles. I pass this on to you to figure out. Work? I will say, I wish I was actually better at cryptography. And also, I wish I didn't... so, my problem is, okay. My actual problem right now is, I'm pretty sure, just the fact that it is a combination of, I'm not currently very good at it, and I need the time and attention span to actually practice. So, like, I didn't give that substitution cipher nearly as much. Like, I looked at the hint, I saw where it went, and then I just forgot to work on it again. So I'm like frustrated at myself because I keep doing stuff like this. So like I should finish that one because again it was supposed to be not that hard, and I was making progress, and then I just didn't finish it. And so it's just, I don't know. I'm not happy with myself. Wait, what is this again? Is it? Magnolia. Yeah, like, I can do it. There's probably more tools I could use than simply... like, part of my problem is sometimes I'm like, oh, maybe it would be silly to, kinda do it in a stubborn way. And then the stubborn way doesn't work, because why would it? Maybe there is a teaching process in there of how hard something actually is, but, yeah, I don't know. Hey, at least it convinced me to, make a very basic setup for substitution, stuff. Because I didn't really... I had, like, a mix of different things between files for it, but I didn't really have a, specific thing to just kind of automatically be able to swap letters around easily. Or even not even swap, just change letters to other letters. Proper thing. So it automatically messes with the ciphertext. I just didn't have one just like as its own little thing that I can reuse. Now the question is, what do I do with the actual... bottom of the ship here? I mean, it's the same way with my Rubik's Cube. Maybe I should just do a stream where it's just me quietly messing with my Rubik's Cube and torturing you all as I don't know how to solve one. I've gotten kind of close in the past, but I haven't been able to do those last few steps, I guess. And I refuse to look up how to solve a Rubik's Cube, because at that point, I mean, it's neat when you can solve them real quick, but what's the point if you don't actually solve the puzzle yourself without instructions? It feels like that's part of the point of the puzzle. I've actively avoided looking up anything about a Rubik's Cube, knowing I could maybe try one day to solve the Rubik's Cube that's been lying around. The first sheet made by the eyes only bothered to transcribe one message despite having 3 of them? Interesting. See, that's the messed up part. In my heart of hearts, I know very much that it's like, ah, crud. This is... If I understood group theory, this would probably be even easier. Like, this would just be viable to just do. I shouldn't do this. Because yeah, it's very much talking about things like groups and group ciphers and all that stuff. The way the Rubik's Cube moves is very much that. It's so obviously that. Also, yeah, the big thing for me, I think, is when you get near the end and you have to start sort of memorizing... Ooh, my axe is about to break. Any more? No. How many diamonds did I have? I had loads of them, so... But I haven't really been mining very much. Should I bother using this, or should I just use iron? I'll just use iron. Yeah, at the point where you have to start, like, kind of remembering so many, like, you do steps, and then you have to undo the steps. I don't know, it just... it's a lot to do with your brain. I mean, it's kind of like trying to process these deck ciphers in your head. It's a little bit much, I guess. No, I really shouldn't, like... as much as I'm like, I kind of get the mechanics of it, I gotta be careful. You might explain things that are, like, make too much sense and solve it for me. Well, maybe not solve it for me, because we're talking about... It gets kind of complex near the end of the thing, but, you know. I mean, yeah, I guess, luckily, what you just said is kind of, I guess, what I was going into with my understanding of it. But also, yeah, I guess understanding the mechanics and understanding how to actually make a sort of algorithm, I guess that is definitely two different things. Two different vibes. I guess I can take out the floor here. Or take out the stairs in the floor. Actually, one second. Was this gonna have... Yeah, okay, so I can actually... I don't actually need this to be red. Because that's gonna be half slabs. So I can extend the floor that little bit extra. I do wish I could use my build tool, but there's no going back. I can't disassemble this boat so that it doesn't crash the game anymore. There's no going back. Whoa. As we've all established, Crab doesn't want to learn. Crab just wants to be able to do the things that he wants to do with the knowledge he currently has. I'm becoming an old man very quickly. I really need to hold on to this, like, feeling of, oh man. Like, it's kind of pathetic that I do struggle a good bit to, like, learn and stuff. Because not holding on to that feeling is exactly how old people, like, get the way they are, isn't it? It is the... I learned everything in my youth. I was able to use that knowledge throughout my life. Now the function of learning new stuff is like, I'm not built for it. Like, that's what I'm assuming. It frustrates you that you can no longer just do stuff with the knowledge that you have, and instead of improving, you double down. I just wish I didn't get headaches. Okay. Am I crazy? Like, is this an actual phenomena that people do, or am I actually, like, should I be worried? I actually legitimately seem to get headaches if I think too hard. Do I have a brain swelling problem? Because that's just one of those things I remember whenever I've messed with the eyes a bit. Like gone like really all in on messing with them. I'll be almost like feverish by the end of it. Is it just that I'm not hydrating myself? Does my brain not have enough liquid? Is my brain getting too much liquid? I don't know, man. Yeah, I wouldn't say it necessarily requires frustration. It does kind of just feel like it requires just thinking a lot. Maybe I just need higher potassium levels. Potassium. So I think this outer layer should be red, but the other one doesn't need to be. Good old potash. Gotta eat more vegetables. Just gotta keep eating vegetables. That'll cure me of everything. Turns out all modern ailments stem from just not eating vegetables. I will say, it is kind of crazy with some of our staple foods that we've gotten used to. Thinking about the fact that certain foods only exist kind of on one side of the world at one point in history. So, like tomatoes, for instance, didn't really exist in Europe until just a couple hundred years ago, I'm pretty sure. We really were just eating bitter leafy vegetables for most of history. Oh, did we actually doom ourselves by introducing like potatoes and tomatoes into our diets? Because they have certain decent nutrients. Like tomatoes can be decent for you, in some ways. But at the same time, they taste too good. Bitter leafy vegetables have way more nutrients than, like, half everything else. But they're bitter leafy vegetables. Half nobody wants to eat them. This is gonna be a huge lab. Chat hasn't even done anything, bot. Why are you being mean? Okay, I'm thinking about how where these windows are. Do I put the door off-centered, but centered with one of the what the heck is that? Do I put it off-centered but centered with one of the windows, or do I thin the windows on this side and put it in the very middle? Very middle seems correct, but off-center also, like, I think from an inside the ship, I think it would be fine, but outside the ship, not having it centered might look weird. Well, at least the bot hates sodium first. Meanwhile, in-game, I've just been living off of burgers and sausages. Speaking of which, I think we have a tiny bit left of that sausage I could put on pizza tomorrow. Okay, what am I doing with the underside of the ship? I mean, at this point, it kind of currently isn't really doing its thing properly. I might be able to use... Do I just use dark on the bottom, maybe? Like the slabs. I really don't know why shift is to, like, get out of the boat. Did they... Spin! Could they, like, not fix that and just, like, left it? I don't know. Because you have to press... Does control do anything? Maybe I should switch it to control. Sorry, it's just really weird that, you press X to descend. Or maybe I swapped it to X. Because it was like a worse button, maybe? I don't remember, but I definitely wasn't happy with it. I want to be smarter, but sometimes I feel like I'm incapable of doing so. I try, like, I'm good at certain things for sure. It's disappointing to me. I mean, maybe it was just the fact that I didn't grow up with a good education to begin with, and I'm really flying by the seat of my pants here. Where it's like, I can do certain things fine. I'm good at learning certain things, but when it comes to actual, like, the sort of more heavily STEM-related topics that I'm interested in, not so good at that. It's also really funny because then I'm cursed on the level of... I feel like I'm relatively decent at learning subjects related to, like, social and political and, you know, why do laws work and all that kind of stuff. Why do we have certain laws? What the laws do, you know, the impacts of your choices on other people. But, yeah, well, you know, while I can sit down and read the Constitution, just front to back one evening, just because I'm like, okay, you know what, I can't remember if I've read it through. I'm pretty sure the whole thing, bit by bit, through different parts of, education, but, like, all the way through, all at once? I wasn't sure if I had done that before, so I just kind of did that, kind of on a whim. And digested it pretty well. But you put me in front of a usual, like, history lesson, where I have to memorize dates and names, I crumble. So I'm not really good at history. I'm interested in history and how all the parts of it, you know, fall together in a way that results in where we are these days. And, you know, the consequences of not learning from history is definitely an interesting subject in itself. But, oh my gosh, I was an absolute failure at memorizing names as a kid. Names, dates, that just ruined everything. And that's like most of history is like learning it. It's just memorizing people and places and dates by name. And I can't recall that kind of information for whatever reason. It's always been really annoying to me. And that's, I guess, where we got into the subject on yesterday's stream about... It's just like... That's where it's just like... One could argue that when I was bringing up how you look up things like this and you get the result of it's either something related to ADHD or brain damage, you could be like, oh well, I mean obviously if you've been having this problem since you were a kid, it's gotta be something like ADHD. And then we remember that I had fallen down the stairs and multiple times as a kid, and that's why I don't know if it really appears on camera anymore. It also depends on like time of day and things like that, or not time of day, but like if I'm tanned or more pale. Can I get that on? I don't know if I can get it on. One second. I need to pull up the camera so I can see if it's actually visible. I just want to like. I don't know if I've ever. Is that visible on camera? Oh, I'm not gonna. Like, forehead. That's maybe visible. So is this visible? Ah, you can see where it scrunches in. Oh, wait, there. Oh, there we go. So there's this little notch on my forehead where my third eye is. I mean, what? I knocked my third eye out. Isn't that kind of like creepy? That I landed on a rock exactly there as a kid. I fell down like 3 or 4 stairs on the back steps and clunked my forehead real hard. To the point where I had to get stitches apparently. So I was basically unironically dropped on my head as a baby. Oh no. It is weird. It is like a closed third eye looking little tiny notch on my head. When I think about it that way. So it's just like, oh, brain damage or ADHD? Who knows? I've never had the money to, like, diagnose anything. Obviously, I can't use these things as an excuse not to try to improve. I'm never that kind of person, but I definitely these days have been trying to figure out, okay, can I understand like my body and my brain and just everything else a little bit better? Just so I can do more with my life? Because I'm a mess. Ay, ay, ay. I'm not a functional member of society. Do you too have a forehead notch? Man, the messed up part for me is I fell down the stairs twice as a kid. The one was just down, well, you know, the problem is with brain damage would be that brain damage manifests in different ways. I forget the term, which, considering the topic, very fitting. I forget the term, but specifically the one that it's just like, you know, you could have had a traumatic brain problem, or you just have ADHD. I based? But, the specific one that I'm thinking of manifests itself as an inability to remember words of certain kinds, because I guess specifically that lobe of the brain is kind of messed up. And I guess for me, I wouldn't be surprised if I have something related to it specifically, because my vocabulary otherwise is fine. And that's just like the really weird thing. If it's like nouns and verbs, you have difficulty remembering, but every other part of your vocabulary is pretty much fine. It's like, what? What do you mean? There's like, you hurt the brain one specific way and it can't remember specifically nouns. Even worse, it is that layer of you can't bring the word up properly. You need like way more effort to remember nouns. But you can fully describe what it is. And it's just like, yeah. I think for me it's frustrating specifically because there's some level of I understand my strengths and weaknesses with my education, and I feel like one of the things I could do, like, in a better life, I guess, I may have gotten into being, like, a science educator type. I think I'm relatively decent at understanding my level of knowledge on a level that I wouldn't, like, overconfidently present things. Actually, I need the dark oak as well. Oh, I also need just sleep. Not overconfidently, but I can also, you know, absorb and put out information decently at times. I get very interested and very understanding that people that are learning things for the first time need a lot of leeway. So there's a level of like, oh, that might be like an actual interesting thing to do with my life. But, oh man, does the inability to consistently remember things, words specifically, does that, like, really damage one's ability to do public speaking when talking about, like, deeper topics? I mean, you know, on the stream, I think it's at least somewhat obvious how often I will get into a topic, and I can really get into a topic, but I will hit, like, a word or a part of the topic and just start stumbling over myself like crazy bad. And I know part of it is also the concentrating on the game for that is like making it worse, but I don't know. I'm just very interested in seeing if I can solve this problem and whether it is something that I just need to further educate myself, like doing memory games, for instance, or if it's like, again, if it actually ends up being like more ADHD related, would I benefit from a couple pills here? I don't know. I just want to be better. I do think it depends on the topic a little bit. There is also a part of me that maybe has been coping with it a little better. Like, it happened yesterday, but despite actually going and looking a little bit at the Wikipedia page for it, I couldn't repeat back to you what that, mathematics, what's even the term for the term? Oh! Remember we had the joke yesterday about trust me, bro? You know, that, the where you're making a statement and it needs to be disproven or whatever, or proven. Conjecture. See, like, you want me to get into complex topics. I'm gonna lose words like that. And so, like, okay, we've lost conjecture, and I've also lost the actual, like, name of the dude that made the conjecture. Like, those are both gone after multiple conversations about it. Just a day ago. And I'm like, yeah, I think did his name start with a C? I think it started with a C. Or is the conjecture? Oh, crud. It might just be the conjecture part is... But, yeah, it takes a lot to retain that kind of information. Which gets bad because there's words that have taken me seemingly years to consistently be able to bring up in conversation. For instance, the word colloquial. I can't pronounce it for the life of me still. But when I was still in school and that came up as a word, the only reason I think I remember it is I'm like, that is a funky word. That is a funny looking word. But I like it because it's like, it's kind of useful for describing other words. And yeah, as much as you know, I'm presenting this like it's a notable problem, I also understand I'm not alone in the whole I can't remember words. I just feel like at times it's really bad. But it might be a fixable level of bad, because again, even when bringing up, you know, it can be caused by like brain damage issues. If it somehow were on the level of that bad, where it's just like, oh yeah, I literally hit my head and caused this as a kid. I guess part of why I've gotten like really thinking about it recently is the fact that, you know, educational therapies do apparently work. So, again, like memory games and other coping mechanisms, it's like, you know, I'm not gonna be like, oh yeah, I can't grow as a person because I have a problem. I'm just really annoyed by it right now. So I'm desperately reaching out and looking for ways to fix myself, I guess. But also, yeah, the fact that I could tell you a key phrase of like something that I remembered that I could use to remind you what it was. That's like another thing where I'm like looking this stuff up and I'm like, it's just, this is how I operate. I could describe so many details about something without remembering the name for it. It's so bad. At least my ability to remember conversations and other random details saves me a little bit. So that's almost like the insult to injury about it. Clearly, my brain is good at retaining information in other ways. Because sometimes if I can't remember words well, the easiest way to counteract it is to try to remember what the word looked like on an actual book that I had seen it in. Which is just like, really? I can do that, but I can't remember the word just simply? It is cringe bot. Why is my brain cringe? Man, these trees are a little annoying to cut down. Oh! Oh, cannot reach space. But, again, it's functional enough. I do think the main reason it frustrates me is just... I guess it... Okay, so, like, if I wanted to, like, bring up, like, a sort of example of how frustrating this can actually get for people, I think to myself, the amount of damage it did to Biden's political career, the fact that as he aged, his stutter issue got worse. Where, generally speaking, a lot of times he was still very cognitive, but the motor function of his brain's ability to translate thoughts into words got, like, real bad. And that apparently was a similar, like, just condition, I guess, that he had, while he was, you know, it just got really bad in the end of his presidency. And it's just like, yeah, I mean, it's frustrating because it is one of those, your body is kind of, here we go. Your body is kind of betraying your mind in a lot of ways, because you know in your, like, soul, I guess, what you're trying to do, but you cannot express it. It's like, I feel bad for a lot of people, you know, people that end up with other conditions. Ones I would definitely say is a lot worse than this, like Tourette's, where there's just, like, you know, instances where it's just like you're going about your day, you're trying to just function, and it's just like, nah, man, I'm just gonna give you problems on a continuous basis that you have to cope with. I mean, it at least makes it a fascinating topic of just the fact that the mind and the body are not always in sync, if a somewhat terrifying topic at the same time, that such a thing is a thing. Whoa. Right. Forgot how dangerous this area is. I also think there's probably part of the problem is also a priority system. Like, I guess it brings up the topic of, okay, so this is a potential problem the brain has. Okay, what could be causing it? And you know, the brain damage topic is a bit maybe of an overblown level of, like, this is worst case scenario, what might be going on. And in that case, usually the answer is your body, like, just the part that handles something just physically can't handle it anymore. In the ADHD option, it's a little bit more manageable to my understanding, because I think that's just your brain's ability to regulate something is slightly off. It's a priority problem at that point. Where, for instance, I could open up a Minecraft world that I haven't been in several years, navigate exactly to where I want to go, and just mess with that. Like, why do I need to retain several internal maps that are, like, just not important? Like, I'm not doing anything to, like, to convince the body that that is important information to retain, like going into my Minecraft world from several years ago and just immediately finding something in there. I mean, I guess I play Minecraft enough that the body might think that that's an important thing, but it's really not. You know. I could find you anything, and not just the house that I lived in for the last, like, 15 years, but I could find anything in the house that I lived 15 years ago. Like, so it's like I have, like, very good memory for certain things. But I guess the brain just has, like, okay, that's the only priority it's giving me. But yeah, the frustration mostly stems from, the difficulty of wanting to be engaging. And, you know, I think there's a slight difference with just kind of being engaging, throwing, like random topics into the wind, and being engaging, staying on one specific topic. The benefit of streaming really is the stream of consciousness. I can essentially change topics at any moment and get away with it. But, like, you know, let's say I was, like, into some topic enough to want to do public speaking on it. It would completely destroy my public speaking career to, like, I'd have to write, like, speeches fully, I think is kind of what I'm thinking here. I could not survive without a script, I guess. Definitely, yeah. Don't let me convince myself I can get into politics, because, I'll be one debate in and stuttering over my words like crazy. Oops. Which, honestly, the modern debate format is definitely designed to benefit populists the most. Just as a side note about that, you get 1 minute to respond as quickly as possible. Be as witty and immediate. Snap. Get to it, you know? Really frustrating, to be honest. Which I think is part of why I was thinking about, like, the issues, like, Biden had, just because that is specifically any of those formats is just gonna destroy anybody with even the slightest speaking impediment. But politics is a whole other world where they're all old, and a debate comes down to who took the most drugs beforehand. So I mean that's still a whole other topic in its own kind of way. I'm gonna take that BRB. I actually do think I need it. Right? It is BRB time. It is. Intellectual and more about getting views, which sounds right. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. The debates are hosted by media companies trying to get views, so what can you expect from it, really? Drink some water. Or fill my cup while I'm here. Wow, we still had, it's still just been a minute, or under 2 minutes, I should say. I'll use that as an excuse to keep stretching. I really should just, like, incorporate these stretches. Not like I do, like, anything specific, you know. I'm standing up, I'm moving my legs, you know, it does something. Okay. Words I remember. In relation to other words, or ideas, feelings, or smells, tastes, sounds, or... I just need to eat different foods every time I memorize something. Yeah, memory is pretty weird. A thing I've heard about... Just going through. So actually, wait, no. This is what we need. We need to find all the people that, like how I made a reference to the trust me bro thing, and that reminded you of the word I was looking for. We need all the people that can take and remember things if they're given examples like that. And we need to match them all up with working with the people like myself who can not remember things but can remember how to describe them. This is how we make a perfect society, clearly. One weird method that maybe I would benefit trying at some point. Oh, ooh, the bot agreed in a very organic way. Freaks me out. Okay, I think I have enough blocks for now. I broke my axe. Hey, this is starting to look like it has maybe an aesthetic. Wow, an aesthetic. Just looking at the sea life. Oh, hi. What was I saying? Oh no, we're talking about the topic of memory, and I've forgore what I was going to say next. Well, I'm talking about how frustrated I get at my inability to remember words. Oh, I remember. Yeah, eating to remember. I should try... Oh, actually, no, that remind... Yeah, wait, no. You ever be like, oh, I remember something I was gonna say, and then you start saying another thing you were reminded... Oh, what the heck? You got beef? Oh, wait, no, I've got beef. Look at all this beef. Now that's ADHD. Yeah. Whoa. It's so weird and glitchy sometimes. Anyway, where was I? Oh, 1 second. I gotta break my arm to scratch my back real quick. Oh, man. Tomorrow is Sunday. You know what that means. Pizza, anime, and ice cream. Our weekly tradition. Heck yeah, dude. I gotta itch my back. It's itchy. Just grab another one of those. I'll be there. You better be. You're one of the 3 people that participates. Oh, I didn't cut nearly enough Mongolia. Dang it. I need more Mongolia. Or wait, no, I have more in here. I had 83 in here, in fact. How lovely. Where was I? Oh, it's gone. Everything's gone. Okay. One of the memory things I should look into trying... I've heard about it. I might have even messed with it a little bit in the past. But that weird idea of trying to make the mental picture of a house... Or just anything, really. A house is the go-to that people talk about. But try to make the mental picture of a house memorize, like, that house. Or, like, I guess it could be, like, your own house. And then, when you're trying to remember words or just anything, put them in the rooms. I'm gonna scoop that up because I want to look it up. Oh yeah, inability. Not quite. Actually, kind of like the weird opposite, where I have a very, very vivid, ability to visualize things, but I have a very heavy struggle to, memorize words and things like that. So, I have a very, very active... Is that a thing? One second. See, I guess, like, if that's a thing... Oh my gosh, it is a thing. Huh, neat. I haven't heard this one before. Oh, wait, no, this one's insane. Well, okay. This actually brings up a topic, because this brings up hyperphantasia constitutes all 5 senses within vivid mental imagery. Although literature on the subject dominates visual mental imagery research with lack of research on the other 4 senses. I can imagine smells and sounds and all that kind of stuff easy. I can simulate an environment somewhat. Doing them all at the same time is a little insane. But yeah, I was like, okay, I can imagine a waterfall. I can hear the waterfall. I can kind of get that weird, like, watery, like, whatever that kind of smell is when you're around waterfalls or when it rains. Yeah, like, okay, I can kind of, like, I can do a decent amount if I put my mind to it. But I can taste the waterfall. No, ugh. Oh, no. BRB. Is it F or PH? So I guess I can functionally do all of that, but, despite, you know, having that ability to mentally picture things, I feel like I might have the opposite. You know how there's that issue where it seems like there's this weird 50-50 between people, like, you have the people that, describe that they can't see things in, I guess, their mind's eye or whatever. And, you know, they just thinking is just thinking to them, I guess, is how they seem to describe it. I'm not really entirely sure how much thinking I do without an inner dialogue. And I'm almost wondering if that has anything to do with my brain's odd ability, or my brain's odd ability to remember some things but being completely pathetic at other things. Because maybe I actually have to, like, be able to have more of the mental dialogue for it to count. I don't really know exactly what I'm thinking here, but, you know, I'm just, it is just a weird thing. I can't really imagine not having an inner dialogue. I can't make my brain quiet. Which I guess, yeah, we were kind of gonna get into a little bit of the topic of, like, ADHD and other similar-ish things. Yeah, I mean, probably something like that, yeah. I'm cold. It's actually so bad when you try to clear your mind and it just makes, like, I think this is one of those things where it's like, ah, yes, this is probably all just ADHD from everything I understand about it. the the stupidest thing of like, okay, try to make things quiet. Uh-oh, now I have a thread in my head that is talking about making my head quiet. Uh-oh, I'm trying to get rid of that one. Now I have another thread underneath that. Like, it's the sort of like, people talk about, oh yeah, okay, you to meditate, you just do a mantra, for instance. Well, you know, not a bad thing, but you know, there are some problems that can get attached to it in terms of like productivity that it's a little frustrating to me. I wouldn't mind having ADHD as like a diagnosis if I can just regulate it better. But yeah, like the dumbest thing though I could bring up is the like, yeah, people might talk about something like meditation or whatever. Do I want just the bottom to be brown or red? I might just do brown. I'm really not sure what to do with the bottom of the ship here. I don't know. But it's like, okay, you start playing something in your head. Test? You start playing something in your head to try to get your other thoughts out, but then you just have thoughts behind that, and then I have gotten like 3 layers before, admittedly. Now, part of that is, at a certain point, you start getting curious, how many things can I think at once? Which is kind of the opposite of what you're supposed to be doing while meditating, I'm pretty sure. Well, I mean, meditating is kind of whatever, like, you want it to be, because for me, it's like a mixture of just process things that I haven't been processing, calming down, and praying. I don't really do it very often, just because, I don't know, it's easier just to go to bed. Oh, it's just gray for you? Weird. Or did you try to set it gray and it's not changing in the channel? Wait, do you want, one second. Are you trying to change a color? Or do you want it to stay green? Sorry, my microphone is falling apart again. Okay, you want green. I'm curious. Oh, don't ban him. Don't ban him. Color. Miscellaneous? Is that color? Oh, yeah. You must have requested green a while ago because you've actually got a custom color set. Wait. Did I just insert this wrong at one point, or did you have like a different account? Why do I have you listed twice with 2 different colors, but like one of them's capitalized and one isn't? What? Huh? Maybe something changed. Maybe that's like, maybe there's like a legacy thing, and after a certain point, the names are all like lowercase in the system now. Perchance. Stomping Turts. But yeah, so I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of my issues could just be, all undiagnosed ADHD. Honestly, there's a part of me that feels like a lot of these different things, like in the modern world, I think it's very difficult. I think it's very difficult for people to not develop something like ADHD. Or something that has similar symptoms or yeah, just similar problems. What you do with that, you know, it's kind of the make or break of whether it's an issue or not, I guess. Also, like, the levels of it or how it manifests, you know. All that nuance stuff. For some reason, Twitch has decided that I'm now gray on my own chat now, even though I'm still green in your chat. Yeah, I don't know. Like, again, I gave you a custom green a while ago, so you'll always be green in my chat? Or, well, you'll be green on the stream screen, so... You are green forever. Okay, so I guess maybe the color's just unloaded or something? Oh, that's so weird! Anywho. I would say within the concepts of ADHD, it definitely manifests just a particular way. Trying to filter down what kind of way exactly is well, probably the next important step. Okie dokie. Hello. Back to green. Maybe the color server just died for a moment. I don't... Ow. The heck? Why'd that... Am I crazy or did that sound like I took damage or something? What the heck was that? But, where was I? Where were we? Where? But yeah, learning better coping mechanisms, because again, the one thing I was talking about earlier, yeah, it kind of manifests itself as, ADHD, probably. It's just really frustrating because, again, not being able to remember words is no bueno when you need to use words all the time. Nouns, specifically. That's the biggest thing. Like, other words, yeah, as well, but really, really just struggle like crazy with nouns. Watching it, but I have a question that might be interesting. Uh-oh. Okay, you know, fair enough. If you've been, if you've been curious about something or watching my habits, considering I did the same with your eating habits recently, fair enough. I mean, what? When you're struggling to remember a word, do you experience that sensation of thought behind my thought at the same time? Well, now I'm... now I'm not... Yeah, okay. See, I have to remember the process of remembering words for me to be able to answer that properly. I mean, I definitely will go through a lot, like, you'll hear it on stream of me being like, okay, it's this thing with the thing. I definitely will be like, okay, I know it's, you know, on the tip of my tongue. I go through that whole process in my head, but I don't think it's, like, interrupting it. I think it is just, I'm processing through, I have forgotten this word. What is it? How do I remember this? Slight advantage that I know sign language, because sometimes I know a sign for something, but not the word. Oh my gosh! Maybe I should learn sign language, because that sounds like a straight up a life hack for the way I would... Oh, don't tell me this, like, wouldn't work, though. Like, watch me, like, go through the effort of learning sign language, and then be able to sign entire words, and then only people that know sign language can know what I'm trying to say. Oh, no! Oh. Which, okay. admittedly, that is actually an interesting thing that was discussed with the issue of remembering words. Is funny enough, I'm actually not sure. It either would be like a huge help or no help at all, specifically because it is oftentimes described as like you will describe the thing and even start using hand motions to try to express to somebody what it is. Like you're able to make like you know, a ball, you know, do that kind of like, you know, a flat surface. Like you'll start you're able to do like entire descriptions of it using your hands, using your words, just describing it fully, and yet you cannot come up with the word still. Again, I do wonder like what would be the most useful method to fix this issue for me, or to work on it. Because the frustrating thing is there are words that come up surprisingly often, and it just takes me sometimes, again, years to finally bring them up in topic regularly. I guess my level of sophistication is sometimes beyond my level to remember said sophistication. I don't know. It's a weird way to put that. Is it sunset yet? Oh, it might be a thunderstorm, actually. What happens if lightning strikes my boat? Does it go through, or does it catch the boat on fire, or does it crash the game? Ah! Why are we over here? Excuse me? Oh wait, where's my... Ah, crud, 1 second. I gotta go up there and move that. Drake, where's the door hole? Okay, I need you. You know, I'd just make like a little spot over it. Well, no, I want it lower. It's the one that gets you. Apparently. Like, what do you mean? There's just like, I'm just over here now. This is a freaking huge ship, dude. But yeah, the trick that I think I was talking about earlier. Yeah, I really do like the Magnolia. Really happy with it. I think, right, Magnolia is, that's one of the new woods, so that's not modded. I think that's canonical Minecraft, right? Wait, am I saying Magnolia? Magnolia. Wait, what the heck? I've been... Is there a tree called a Magnolia, or have I just been calling magnolias the wrong... Huh? Magnolia. What? Brain? You know, I'm just gonna keep calling it Magnolia because that's funny now. It's a crabism now. I did type it. You know, I did type it backwards as well earlier, so I think I just have been reading it backwards for who knows how long. Magnolia. That's so weird, because, like, this is the type of word that, like, I guess I just didn't make the connection. Because I've definitely talked about magnolias in, like, real life when talking about actual trees. Wow. Oh. Okay, now I need it a little further over. Remember, like, this little boat is where we started? Like, that was my base originally? Oh. I love it. Parking this thing's a little annoying. I'm wondering whether I can make, like, a locking mechanism or something. No. I might just want a larger dock. Okay. Anyway, yeah, something, you visualize a house. Yeah, I have a ship. You visualize a house, you, like, memorize how, like, the layout is, I guess, or something. And then, if you need to remember something that you struggle to remember, you put that thing in the room of the house and like, really focus on that visual. Apparently, it's an effective way to remember things. Question is, like, at the amount of things I have to, oh, no, it's not a Sherlock Holmes mind. Well, I guess it is kind of a Sherlock. Is that why the Mind Palace thing is, like, a thing? Is like, it's supposed to be you're, like, extra intelligent, so you don't just have, like, a mind house, you have a mind palace because you're that smart and have that many things to remember. Oh, no. Yeah, I haven't tried it enough to see if it would work for me, but I feel like my overactive imagination... See, that's the thing. I remember things. Do I need to put the physical, like, do I need to put a 3D model of the word? I think I just have to literally read a dictionary. Ooh. What if I had, like, picture books? or something. Okay, like, hear me out. I have legitimately remembered words by remembering the visual of the page they were on. Do I need the little, like, the visual and then the word under it. I just need to remember what the cards look like. Oh. I'm a mess. Well, okay, so there is some level of, I don't think just reading more books helps, because a lot of these words are things, you know, I encounter them, I read them on the computer. I can remember things on web pages similar to, like, book pages. Honestly, most of when I say I remember them physically, like, the visual... Like, again, trying to remember that conjecture, I still don't remember the entirety of it, but I kind of remember the dude's face on the Wikipedia article. So maybe I need the dude's face and, like, the word under it, and I need to remember that as a, like, image. This is so dumb. This has gone from, like, me talking about this, like, oh man, I have a serious, like, mental problem that I need to work on, to I need baby picture books of everything. Maybe I do have a mental problem. No. Goldbach. You know, okay, I was like, oh, does it start with a C? And I was, like, doubting it, because I'm like, is it a G? No, it was a G. It was a G. Goldbach. Let me just file that away in my mind palace. One second, actually, let me go back. Let me go back to the Wikipedia page, and I need to see his Goldbach conjecture. Okay. Goldbach's oh wait, was there a picture of him? Oh, what? No, there's just like scribbles on the page. Where was? I swear there was a... Oh, this page has a picture of him. He's got like a... Oh, wait, no, that's not him. That's a picture of Euler. What is that? Wait, huh? Wait. Huh? Imagine, I mean, I guess nobody made a portrait of him. So there's just his buddy Euler. Okay. I can't memorize this. This is just scribbles on a page. I need a visual to remember gold. Whatever. Scribbles on a page it is. Go into the Mind Palace. Was there an actual thing we were trying to remember, or was this a conversation topic? I forget if I was just continuing something from last time. I might have been intending to get into a topic about ADHD or something, and this was a segue at one point. I guess, I was thinking about, oh yeah, I was talking about how stupid I am. I mean, what? No, I was talking about my struggles to learn certain things, because like me and Lim talk a lot about Cypher stuff these days because of the Noida stuff. And I want to get better at some of it. And I think we got into memory a little bit because I was talking a little bit about my Rubik's Cube and like stuff like that, where it's just like, well, probably half the reason I haven't solved this yet is I just haven't really bothered to put as much effort as I could into actually trying, thinking about it, and practicing. And Cypher stuff is the same way. I'm interested in it, but I do not have the practice I guess I need. Also, are the villagers doing fine in here? One second. Okay, it's time to make more villagers. It's time to breed that bread. What the heck? I didn't put this back? What am I doing? Actually, yeah, why is that water just gone? That's weird. This area, I guess, is just watered from that. That's weird. Okay. Oh, seeds. Remember the even numbers being sum of two primes. I mean, yeah, I can remember the concept, even, yeah. Trust me, bro. Even numbers are... gold box conjecture. Just... maybe I just need to repeat things over and over. Like, really just repeat them until it's itself a mantra. Maybe that's my problem. People talk about, we just talked to actually ourselves a bit earlier about how important things like smell and whatnot is to memory. But my nose is not very good, so clearly I'm losing memories because my nose isn't good enough and it's not smelling anything. Or maybe it's because I'm sitting in my room all the time and I've already smelled everything there is to smell in one place. Smell the numbers. Yeah, I need to associate names with smells. That's all I have to do. Numbers, some... numbers are... Every number can be equally factored as a product of primes. Yeah, I'm assuming, like, the difference with the conjecture is specifically that every even number is two primes, whereas obviously every number is some number of primes, is the difference that this is going for. And also it's a conjecture. The reason it's a conjecture is it hasn't been proven, but Like, I do wonder, what does it actually take? Like, oh, okay, I do know kind of what it takes. Math proofs are an entire, like, 2 plus 2 is dozens upon dozens, if not hundreds of pages kind of level of proof. You know, math proofs get kind of crazy. You really need things that can definitively prove, you know, that it functions the way that we think it functions, but it just gets a little weird, just gets a little weird when you're trying to prove stuff that involves infinite sets, I guess. Are you not employed? Are you new? Were you a kid? You're employed! Oh, ash bricks. Neat. Okay, I think on the page for the conjecture, I think it was something like 4 times 10 to the power of 18 that we know. That it's just like, it's valid. But that, I guess it's like, pi is infinite. And people are always calculating it higher. That's actually something I'm not sure about. Was pi... Okay, sorry. Those have meant hidden walls occasionally. Is pi proven? Like, to be never repeating? Even if... Yeah, people do it for fun, but I'm assuming it's... Like, there's a proof that it has to be, right? Okay, it's proven irrational. Neat. I didn't actually... yeah, I wasn't aware of that, to be honest. I'm assuming this would be the level of, because it's a mathematical proof, if somehow that were wrong, it would destroy everything. The whole point of proofs is they're proofs. If they're not proofs, then what are they? Man, I wish more things could be as definitive as an effective mathematical proof. Transcendental. What does that mean? That sounds fancy. Transcontinental breakfast. Pi. There's no polynomial with rational coefficient with pi as a solution. I'm just gonna act like I know. Okay, so with me expressing my frustration of my ability to memorize certain things and not others, one of those problems is I've more than likely learned plenty of these terms in math and even used them in the past. I can't memorize math functions, man. Or math terms at all. Like, it's really bad. I'm working on it, but I mean, I think that's more blamed on the fact that I never really had, like, a proper, like, I never went through a good education on it, and I think you really need to drill that into your head when you're a teenager, or you're just, like, good luck. Towards solution to a polynomial. Interesting. I think we experienced time non-linearly. More than we experienced linearly. Time flies when you're having fun, for instance. What? oh no, we're getting into, this is the exact sort of, like, conversational issues, that we have in, like, the I channels, where, like, I'll mistakenly, like, say something like, the cipher is linear, or such and such cipher is linear, because I mean cyclical. It travels around the thing, like, it doesn't get into any crazy groups or whatever. It's like, I'm using linear almost to mean it's like, it travels in an understandable way, but the actual reality is half every time I say that, I'm actually talking about a cyclical cipher where it's going around and looping once it hits the... Yeah. I think time being linear is one of those things where, yeah, time... Yeah. Is forward. And does not branch. Where maybe what Gold was thinking just now is time is consistent. Like, which I guess computer science, I think, might make the terms for this a little confusing, because it's like you have your weird, like, delta times, unscaled times, all that kind of stuff, and I think the terms do have some overlap somewhere where something might be considered linear. But I think, yeah, time isn't... I mean, that's a thing we've already done, like, science on, which is... It's the weird thing that... There's also, like, you have time being constant or non-constant. It's variable. Time is variable. Versus constant. It's one of those weird things that you have mental time, and then you have, like, time as a construct of like how reality moves through. Has anybody ever actually gotten high and done eye stuff? I feel like people joke about it a lot in the servers, but I'm not sure if anybody actually has done mushrooms. Do fever dreams count? I did have like a fever once and I had eye dreams. Unfortunately, I woke up right before reading the message where somebody was about to talk about their solution. I have been curious, just a little curious, about, like, what the effects, because people talk about it a lot these days, what the effects of, like, magic mushrooms or whatever psychedelics are. Because it has that, like, people talk about the sort of mind-opening effects or whatever. Helps you work through things or makes you go insane, whichever. I don't entirely know whether, at this point, like... would it be safe for me to do all that, or would I actually think too much while in that state? I think I would start thinking about the eyes in Noida and I would just start freaking. Because I know that's the thing. The whole, like, it can help you work through things requires a lot of priming, like, in a proper medical situation, in a comfortable place. It has to be handled very professionally. And, I don't think talking about the Noida eyes is going to help anybody's sanity. Also, it's funny me talking about this as if I've taken anything stronger than an ibuprofen. I'm not actually, you know, that's one of those things, like, I guess... What drugs have entered my body? A tiny bit of alcohol, secondhand smoke, allergy medication. I guess there was a little bit of numbing when I had to get a tooth removed, but I never went under. anything more major would have happened when I was young enough to not remember. Like, I'd assume I was put under to get the stitches in my forehead. But I don't actually remember any of that, so... I'm freezing. You greatly overestimate your ability to yeah, to be honest. I mean, again, people have talked about... Again, you just don't want people to freak out, so you do kind of have to have, like, a bit of priming, apparently. For the uses of it, with the discussion of using it in a sort of more medical environment to help treat depression and whatnot. But specific topics, no way, man. The only thing I think you can prevent is you can minimize the chance somebody is gonna absolute flip their lid. Oh, you missed that part of the stream. Sorry, when I was talking about, when I was sort of joking about the sort of, is it ADHD or brain damage? Part of what I was talking about is, there's a little tiny notch on my forehead from where I got a couple stitches because I fell on a rock as a, like, small child. I fell down several stairs onto a rock. I should have kept that rock. I know it was sitting in our garden for a while. I don't think we brought it with us when we moved. That was, when we moved, like, 15 years ago. Okay, I already used all my spruce. Yeah, you know. My forehead stitches. That's where I got the stitches. That's, I think, the only stitches I've had. I think. Ah! The boat is heavier! Oh, the boat is finally heavy! Wow. This really does exist, like, between sinking and floating. Like, crazy. Ah! Ah! No bueno. I don't like that happening. What the heck, dude? 1 second, let's see if I can get closer. So it's now too heavy when a moment ago it was floating. This is so weird. Well, luckily I can shear some sheep and make some wool. Oh, it's... See, this is the one thing. If I'm doing these as like little floaties, they are kind of destined to sink under the water a bit, I think. Which makes me wonder, is the bottom of the ship low enough or tall enough? They say about set and setting. Being in a sort of where you're safe, go crazy, and also the stories about going crazy on psychedelics are a minority of cases. Yeah, that is one thing for sure. It's not like it's not that bad, but I guess I guess this is the sort of the part of the topic where you get the unfortunate oh gosh, am I getting stuck on stuff down here somewhere? The unfortunate layer of, on one end, one could say, oh, it's just 1% of cases. On the other end, if everybody did it, that's like, you know, what, 80 million people or what, I don't know. I sank too much. This is a problem. I'm actually too low. I don't actually know if it's as high as 1% though, so that's just me using that as an example number. I have seen people sometimes, understate risks of things. Just being like, oh, it's just 1%. How many million people? But, just go to sleep. Oh, I missed a couple things up here, apparently. I think there's instances in Netherlands where you can try things while there's medical staff on location. I've heard some safe area under. Aliens were coming for him and he was going to die. Oh my gosh. His phone, but just getting his phone back. I was supposed to give him, and then he sent a bunch of crazy texts. Struggle not to lie down and keep their eyes closed. The topic weirdly reminds me of the process of making safe environments for, like, dementia patients, where there was, I feel like there was, like, this whole mistake for a bit where it's just like, okay, we need to make safe environments for them, and that translated to, we need to make, like, medically sterile environments for them, causing the poor dementia patients to, like, freak out more because it was unfamiliar, and it's just like, oh no. So it's really funny with the topic of this, with, like, oh yeah, a sort of, medically safe environment, or whatever. And then what that actually translates to is probably, like, a really cozy room. Sleep, you keep your eyes closed, being awake, morphing visual patterns. Random things. It's very different from weed. Yeah, I definitely... I guess the odd thing... If anything, weed's effects definitely seem more overblown from my knowledge. Like, weed's not nearly as potent, but it also just does different things. It also depends on the weed, because, again... Our modern weed is this, like, crazy high THC bred, like, wild, you know, we want psychedelic trips level of weed versus classic, basically just pain medication weed. At least that's my knowledge. So I should try to make the actual curve of these, I think. Soon. I'm really curious, once I'm done making the balloon, whether the balloon will be... enough of these to make the entire ship float, or if I'll still need to add propellers. I was gonna add propellers either way, but propellers... I thought at one point would be optional because the balloons are so powerful, but now I'm actually starting to wonder. The balloons are freaking, like, really powerful, but the ship is so big! Also, I think at this point I'm just gonna keep the regular white balloon. I think I'm fine with that. I've made my bed and now I shall sleep in it. This thing is tall. Oops. Yeah, I didn't know whether, I would end up having something that would match the aesthetic better, but, eh. I think the white balloon has a decent contrast to it, to the rest of the ship. Okay. Latex balloon? It's made of wool? And however flammable that may be. What could possibly go wrong? I actually don't remember how good wool is. Is wool decently insulating, or is it actually really flammable? I don't know. Also, we're floating again. How much are we floating? I feel like we're floating a lot again. The propellers are necessary because this thing is just gonna go between sinking and floating at all times. Oops. I can't. One second. Just land. There we go. Again, I'll have a proper place for this eventually. That's a little far away. One second. The stream is getting close to being done, but I do want to, see my progress. I feel like I didn't really make that much progress, but it's coming along. Also, yeah, can I lower this again, please? Natural wool is pretty flammable. Oh no. Bum 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 bum. Same view as yesterday, but new ship. Just you know, get a couple screenshots or something. I don't know. But we fly now. We fly now. Oh, oh. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, forward. Forward. A little bit more. Stop, stop. Oh my gosh, it's actually getting like really weird. Oh, I'm so high up. Am I gonna have to add some kind of propeller to actually like push it down when it's like so that it can land? Because unfortunately is this a hitbox thing? Like why is it like freaking out? I'm not touching anything. Oh my gosh, is it thinking it's like kind of there? Oh, dang. Well, I guess in that case, do I need to park it like this? It's so freaking big. Even this area is not easy to park. This is why I think ultimately, instead of having the door that folds out as my way out of the ship, I think I might need to just have a elevator to the bottom. Oops. How are we still this high up? What? Hello? Okay, okay, okay. I think we're at a point where I need to modify this a little. Do I have any gears? No. Well, actually, wait, is this adjustable chain gear shift? Actually, gear... Or wait, no. Is it a clutch of some kind? Clutch? No. Crud. What was it called? Sequence gear shift. Which mod was that under? Create... Oh, wait, no, it's... Create... But it's not create itself, it's one of the other creates? I think? Oh no. Oh no, it's all just food. Wait, is that it? Secondary? No. I would be able to find this in creative mode, maybe. Arrow? No. Create. Oh wait, no, here it is. Right? One of these? Resistor. How do I make this thing? That doesn't seem that expensive. Actually... That seems reasonable. I don't really have... No! I couldn't remember the name of the block! Ah! No! Don't do this to me! I'm okay. Everything's fine. I think I'm gonna need one of these later, but I'm just using it here for now. Seems to be working. Yeah. Okay, now I can actually adjust this. I'm still way too high, though. And not in the drugs way that was being the topic. Okay, let's just back up. Now that the door is actually out, we can actually see, like, where we need to be. It's too buoyant! How do I deal with this? It's either too buoyant or not buoyant enough. I think I definitely need propellers to control this. Like, I kinda need the ship to be heavy enough that it sinks. But light enough that propellers can make it fly. That panic moment, though, where I broke or placed a block and it just made the whole thing like move like crazy was pretty funny, though. I can climb back up this, right? Whoa. Stop moving. Why are you subtly flying away? It's absurdly large. Oh, hi. What are you all doing here? Yeah, a bunch of tungsten. Is there, of all the things I've installed, whoa. Block of tungsten! No! It doesn't have compatibility! It's only 1,000 kilograms. It's regular weight. Oh, now I really wish I had a compat mod. to go with that so that I could make the tungsten cube stupidly heavy. Everything's 1,000 kilograms. So, like, the logs here are 800. And, like, the planks, you know, a bit less, 7. Wait, are these? What the heck? The different woods have different weights? They actually bothered to make Magnolia way heavier than, like, spruce? That's kind of impressive. Yeah. How much is 1 cubic meter of it supposed to be? I really want to know. Now, funny enough, though, we're clearly using kilograms as generic video game number. I mean, maybe 1 cubic meter of wood is 800. That is a lot. You know, I could actually see a spruce log, or which one was it? Was it the dark oak here, I guess? It was 800 kilograms. Like, that's a bit heavy. Yeah, I could see it. I'm willing to very much believe. But yeah, unfortunately, the weight system, it's not like Forge Energy where everybody supports that if they do energy stuff. Like, every mod would have to support it. Whoa, I almost missed a number there. So it should be 20 times as heavy. Holy moly. Maybe I'm lucking out that it's, the mods aren't compatible. Yeah, I'm thinking about, like, the little logs that I've, like, cut and moved and how heavy those are. Like, it does not take very much wood to get a surprising amount of weight when it's still got water in it. Though, oh my gosh, the difference water actually makes. A dry log makes you look like Superman lugging it around. Like, that was one thing when I was cutting those trees down. There would be days where I would just pick up a dense, like, hard... I don't know if it was hardwood or softwood, but I think, judging by how difficult the, chainsaw was having with some of the trees, I'm assuming at least some of the trees were hardwood. And... yeah, picking that up, I mean, it was pretty heavy. At times. But then other times you just get, like, you know, a meter or so long log that's, like, you know, that thick, or maybe more than, you know. You just have half a tree sometimes if it was dry and dead. You just pick that whole thing up and chuck it. Like, they might as well just be made of sponge once they've dried out and they've dried rotted. It's really funny how much water is weight. Yeah, see, I'm educating the bot. Now I am going a little over time here, but, I just want to finish up a couple more things, and then maybe I'll, end the stream. You know, I want to get the floor done on the top of the ship. That's all. Now, thinking about it, I really should leave spots hollow if I don't, like, yeah, If I don't have anything to put there, they should just be hollow. This really, okay, so I made the joke that this is like the Arc Maxim from One Piece, but this is actually like, besides the added balloon, it is like about as big as it looks in the show. A human is 60% water and thus 60% heavy. I need an axe. Might as well sleep. But yeah, I should be wrapping up here. But just like some final notes on the sort of topic of just dealing with my attention span and ability to remember things and whatnot. One of the more interesting topics I saw recently was how social media really does fry your brain. Or just, not just social media, but the modern everything. Everything is demanding your attention, and it is breaking down how our, like, biological just function is. That being the reward and difficulty judging parts of the brain just get stuck. They just get stuck. And it's, I don't know, it's got me thinking a little bit about how ADHD type things, attention deficits, are probably getting more common. Like, I know with a lot of these things, there's always sort of, there's kind of always two layers. There's the things that you're born with just from the get-go. But then there's definitely always some or another version. What the heck? Some or other version of it that you can pretty much just develop from life conditions. 1,000 kilograms per cube. Right, I forgot, like, water is kind of like that. Would you look like one of those dehydrated squids if you completely dehydrated, though? All that snow. Can I spot anybody through the windows? Anyway, I'm not sure with my own, like, sort of mental state and history with problems. I could be either case, I feel. A product of my environment or a product of, just existing. It is a ton of water. Yeah. Okay, one second. Do I like the way this bows up? Oh, one second. I need to see this from a distance. I'm not sure if I'm happy with what I'm doing here with the ship. Maybe what I want is for the railing to go up, but maybe not the platform? Or I kind of need the platform to go up or I can't see over the railing. Whoa. I guess I don't need that in this. Whatever the case, like, I'm probably actually a product of both things. I probably had some issues since I was young, but also I think I've gotten worse due to the conditions of my environment. More specifically, I have let the internet rot me. And I need to escape the infinite loop of letting my dopamine receptors get destroyed. Yeah, this is terrible. Let's see here. I'm not 100% sure what I want to do about this. I mean, I'm still kind of just blocking the shape right now. But also, maybe I should measure the length and should make the center of the ship the center of the ship. So I might want to extend the back a little bit if it's not even in the front. Because, like, okay, this won't look like this when I'm done. It'll probably, like, it'll be very, like, pointy and curve in, I think. Yeah, we all need to escape the dopamine murder. So it'll curve in, but I'm not sure, like, the upper side of it, whether I like the way it's curving up. This kind of shape is really hard to do with, like, the blocks. Maybe... I guess ships tend to... Okay, what if what I need to do... Yeah, I need to work on the back of the ship a little bit more. So right now... Yeah, I think the back of the ship needs to be longer because I think these will also be poking out, so they're kind of short for that. I kind of want these to be, like, also kind of fins, sort of the front, but like that, and then with one in the middle that kind of goes out. I think it'll look cool once I get to detailing it. Today ended up turning actually into more me working on the palette of the ship rather than the actual, like, shape of it. Okay, I think I know what I need to do. I think I need this to come up, but for the deck itself to, I think I need the deck itself to stay flat and then go up like a level or two and to match it at the top. So I actually, I think I know what I want to do. I want to do something more similar to a classic. You know how ships kind of have, like, at the front, there's like a couple stairs up, I think usually. Whatever that part of the ship is supposed to be like. Question is how far forward? I feel like maybe right in front of where the balloon is. So like right around here maybe? But that, I don't know, that looks maybe a little further back. Because I have to work with, like, it almost feels like you're supposed to do the step up where it starts to curve in. This might be a little, like, further. Like, is this too far in? To just do it at the front? But I also can't do it too far back, because then it's like the balloon is right here, dude. I might try this. See how I feel about it. Do I have it just go up 3? I might just have it go up 3. Of course. I gotta take out the floor. Make sure that's off. Forgive me, but I gotta take out the floor. But, I need to get my attention span back, for sure. I guess part of why I've been thinking about this is a lot of my work is at the computer. But unfortunately, at the computer is where I have the most access to distractions. It's really frustrating, to be honest. I have the complete ability to focus on tasks very efficiently. If they are things like cooking, cleaning, gardening, things that my phone and my computer are just not here. Oh my gosh, I have to take out the whole floor. No. It's a bit odd, but I guess the shape doesn't matter for an airship. Yeah, I wanted something a little cooler, but I think the split at the back, you gotta trust the process, I think. I have to add a couple different fins there, I think, before it really makes sense. You know, wait a second. I just realized. Should that bit be red because it's a wall, or dark brown because it's like a piece of trim? Oh no. Or should it just be brown? Oh no. Warp drive. I think so. So with the way this mod works, with the propellers adding physics and everything, it is possible for me to get this gigantic thing to move so fast that the game cannot load properly below me, and I'm a little too scared to do that. I might add a propeller for making it go faster. But I may also not use it very often because it is probably not going to be great on my computer. Okay, so this is where I'm a little disappointed in the world generation mod that I'm using, and the fact that it's so slow. It's so slow. My computer generates Minecraft chunks so fast. But that mod is just bad. It's just every world gen like mod uses it, but it's just bad. I don't know if there's anything they could do to fix it. It's just so slow. Like, every time I find a map, you may have noticed the game lags. Oh wait, oops, and I think the game lags because it has to run the find, like, structure function to generate a map for it. And the find structure function is so slow because of the mod. It is weird though. The light, I wonder whether this is a shader issue or if this is... One second, let's turn off shaders real quick. Oh no, yeah, it's just engine stuff. Wow, this is what the game looks like? Well, there's usually clouds, but I have those disabled because of the shaders. That's it? That's what the game looks like? No! Oh! It crashed! Oh. So, we already lost all our pets because it crashed once. I get a little worried every time it crashes. It also forces me to boot it back up and,
Hey, do you have any idea where my tungsten cube went? Oh yeah, I put it in the attic. Why have you done this to me?
Thank you for that. 20,000 kilograms. I might have lost a couple blocks, but I don't think anything else should be broken from that crash. It's weird that it crashed like that on me. Imagine if it didn't save, like, the blocks that I was breaking and I just fell. Imagine it. I dare you. Anyway, I think we're fine. I'm gonna finish this. And then I'm gonna regret it because it's not gonna look good. Yeah, getting these little details is where everything crumbles, ain't it? You know, I think for me it's just faster to do just the two instead of trying to force the third one. Also, don't mind me, I'm just scared of falling forever and ever and ever and ever. So I'm just gonna keep, Man, is it just me or is it like crazy foggy? Man, I thought that tower was decently tall, but here we are, just almost equal level with it. Just... Oop. Gotta go a little further. Why have you done this to me? I guess this, in this case, doing the 3 makes sense. Oh, I missed one. Whatever, who cares? Actually, just 2 is probably fine in most of the spots. It's gonna be in the below floor, I think, so, you know, everything's fine. How do I light this, like, properly when I get to that point? I was gonna light the entire thing with the electric lights that you can do, but I don't know, do I just do the Christmas lights up here? Actually, I think there are non-Christmas. Oh, right, wait a second. I do kind of have to... Wait, how do I... I'm gonna remove those blocks later because they are not in a good spot to be removed. Oops. I really don't know what I'm doing with this. I was just kind of thinking, oh, maybe I'll have it just like bow upward in a way. But now I'm trying to do this, and now I'm second guessing it. I have to trust the process now. There's gonna be way too much wood on the front of the ship until I tear it all back out. Oops. Now the ship is gonna sink again. Just have to finish this, and then I can end stream. And then I can stream this next week. Oh yeah, I guess, I mean, Lim already knows, but, so, instead of starting Subnautica next week, I'm thinking me and Lim will probably do more Noida multiverse, parallel, whatever it's called, multiplayer. Will we find and solve the eyes in multiplayer? It is interesting, because I do wonder whether or not doing that on stream is like the only time. Like, the mod is new enough that I don't think anybody's done it. Probably, maybe. Yeah. Try to remind me to actually do something silly like that for the stream title for sure. Until I build the actual railings, I'm really not sure how I'm gonna feel about this, am I? I should add railings, for sure. Not sure if I'll do fences, though. I may do the trapdoor thing, like I said. But I can't really do that here, can I? What do I do? What copycat designs do I have? Oh, that's interesting. I'm not sure if there's any copycats that are especially useful for this. Oh, wait. Well, oh, that almost works. Vertical stairs? Copycat walls could look better than fences, maybe. There's also steps, like singular steps. I mean, I'm gonna fall off if I use that, probably. Panels, half panels. I mean, these could be very useful. Catwalk. Because I do want to be able to see from the front of the ship, but maybe all I need is like a little platform. Maybe I should make this like front part actually come up a bit further. Maybe? The heck? That was weird. I'm of two minds because it feels off that I can't just like see over the side of the ship very easily, but I guess I could like if I add the vertical panels, I could maybe see over or something? I don't know. The ship's just so big. It's hard not to like have it be designed this way. Uh-huh. You say it, bot. Am I losing the vision? Did I ever have one to begin with? I think this is where I might have to call it for the evening. I'm losing my mind. So, let us eat a burger. Go through our jungle. And just kind of get an idea for what it looks like now. Yeah, I need to shave down the front of the ship, but I don't know, maybe that's better? I do want to make the back of the ship long. I want the ship to have an exact middle. As silly as it is. It doesn't feel right if it doesn't have a middle. Yeah, I need to work on the front of the ship a little bit. I have to break a lot of blocks now. But I think that's gonna work when I modify it a bit. So next week I'll work on this, then Saturday me and Lim will play stuff unless something comes up, and then I'll probably play Subnautica. But hopefully we can play multi-world. I don't know why I really like this just view from below. Of course, this side of the ship needs work. I'm glad the camera zooms out based on the hitbox. Actually, wait, that's a funny thing. Where is it? Aha. Funny enough, though, it does get stuck on the hitbox of the other ship. So, like, if I angle this just right, I can get this from, like, inside here. So I could... Like, if I could tilt the ship a bit, I could then use this ship to just be, like, you versus the man she told you not to worry about, or whatever, I don't know. And I can get a little closer by shoving it into the wall here. I do think I really like the windows. Is the balloon too just generic pill-shaped? Maybe a little bit, but I think I might be able to add some, like, visual bits on the front of it. Like armor looking stuff, maybe. Oh yeah, the Kraken. Oh, the actual Kraken, where is it? Oh, my camera's not far enough out. Or did it despawn? Huh. It's like a really weird spot of lighting in the water. I think that might just... Is that just shaders? I don't know. I'm going crazy. Yeah, anyway, I guess I'm wrapping up the stream a little bit here. Man, I'm actually starting to debate, do I even want a door on the side? I mean, it's kind of cool, but I guess asymmetry is fine. I think having some asymmetry is fine. You know what? One second. I'm gonna end the stream in a moment, but before I do that, you know, oh. Let's close the door. I just want to, like, get a feel for... Oh, it's so slow. Wait, okay, one second. Do I have any, coal? I need some coal real quick. Coal. Block of coal. Funny enough, again, with the weird balance of this mod, that tiny engine does apparently speed it up. Now, it might actually be based on the size of the ship, but, like how fast it helps, but it apparently does help. I'm always just parked here, but maybe it's time to start growing trees on the ship. Actually, so let's just, whoops, no. Oh, that's weird. There we go. Doop-a-doop-doop-a-doop-doop-a-doop-doo. I left my other boat behind, but that's fine. I still need a thing to, like, attach it. I do have saplings. I think trees grow. I think it's time to find out whether trees actually grow. The plants grow, so the trees feel like they should grow. I think I tested this before. Instead of making the balloon work. Oh, but I have to cut these manually. That's a little awkward. Actually, in that case... Hoo boy. Let's, grow them like this. I mean, isn't that just the coolest thing? That I am just doing stuff on my ship? And it's just going? As I get too warm and need to take my pants off. We do need a source of sand. Okay, this is why I need a little platform, because I kind of want to, like, look around, but I'm a little scared to. Heck yeah, dude! As I cast a shadow upon the entire landscape. I'm not sure if I'm floating enough to actually get over those mountains right now. Here, let's actually turn around. Oh, I almost lost this. Actually, while I'm at it, let's add some trees back here. Do I have any magnolias? Actually don't. Oops. Huh. No. I'll grab them later. Oh my gosh, that is actually kind of freaky. It's still, like, super cool to me that you could just sleep in your bed properly on the boat. I don't like how it put me closer to the edge there. See, that area is colder that direction, so I don't think there would be deserts. I mean, there's beaches. I could just extract an entire beach for sand. I'd only need a couple windows, to be honest. Oh, the tree grew! The trees are real! They can grow! Now, let me not muscle memory using the thing. Okay, Magnolia. You know, might as well grow some more. Probably need more dark oak as well, but I think I got, like, a load. I mean, that's just so cool! I love it, man. This is the aesthetic end of the stream. Vibes. Yes, make sure it's off. Okay. Oh, wow, okay. I guess that really does just affect the tick rate in general. Wow. The shaders do add a lot to the vibes for sure, but man. I wonder if I can, a shipment of Pepsi? I need gunpowder, not sand. I don't need that gritty, sand taste. I need the gritty gunpowder taste. So what if... Oh, well, I mean, yeah, okay, for the glass. No, actually I need it for windows. Just windows. I mean, I guess for the in-game way the Pepsi works for some reason, I do need sand for the gritty taste. Do we have any half slabs? A couple. Just enough, actually. I just kind of wanted like a little platform I could go up onto. You know, that's a little weird, but I kind of like it. Though, maybe it should go straight up to the thing. Instead of up the side. The heck? I think I hit something! I believe I have hit something. I may have hit the mansion. Oh no, okay, I didn't hit anything, but it did get a little, the hit box is not happy. I hit a tree. Unfortunately, hitting something is still a little subjective with these mods. Okay, we're going this way now. How do I make copycats? One second. Copycat, 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 copy... Oh wait, okay. Zinc. Okay. Let's try doing some copycats with some zinc, because I do have some spare, I think, right? Aha. Give me copycats. So I think I want... Whew, there's a lot. So there's steps. Oh wow, there's actually... like proper stairs and wait, railings? Okay, I need to see what that does. There's more of these than I thought there were. Oh wait, no, those are just catwalk. Those aren't copycats. I mean, I might still use those, but I do not believe those work like. Yeah, those don't work like copycats. They're just railings. Oh, and there's like a load of different like designs. Oh. I bet do you think the copper ones probably would look best, wouldn't they? Not hitting anything. Oh! Almost hitting something. That's probably fine. That might not be fine. Oh, no, yeah, we're good. Do need to turn a little bit. I mean, now that the airship is this big... I mean... I need wool if I'm gonna keep working on it. That's my only limitation. I don't really have a good way... Like, I should maybe just collect a load of wool. Whoa. Just collect a load of wool for balloons. Oh wait, no, I can make balloons with paper. Okay, I need to get a resident cow onto the ship. If I can get a cow onto the ship, what else do I need? Like, the villagers would be nice to mess with, but there's somebody, they're a group I can return to for various things. If I'm just building on the ship, I can kind of just float around on it for a while. A little bit. Oh, I made way too many of those for something I'm just testing out. By the way, how are we doing on our trajectory? I think I might want to turn here. It's funny that crossing the oceans is actually like a whole ordeal. Just because you have to dodge the islands. It is just too bad there's nobody that can fight me up here. I would like that. I would like to be threatened. Oh my gosh. It's a big one. There's probably supposed to be... There's probably supposed to be support, like, pieces. Unless it wants you to... Oh, the railings are peak! Okay, we're using the railings everywhere. Yeah, you could probably use the railings to look like supports. Aw, you can't... Okay, you can't really... Not like that, anyway. We'll figure it out. I actually really like these railings. The heck is that? I might also want to add a secondary helm. You can technically pilot the ship from anywhere. Okay. As I really should be closing out the stream, do you want me to do something really, really stupid to end the stream? Do you want me to... I thought I was doing that wrong. Well, first of all, I should sleep. This is so freaking cool. Until I have a front of a ship, let's just casually do this. Oh man, I love the fact that you can just place these like this. Okay. I'm gonna stop the ship. I just want to see how bad this is. Oh, let's do this over land. If I do this... Okay, one second. I need to do this over land. If I do this over here, this might actually be really, really bad. I just want to see how bad this is. collect some stuff. Anyway, yeah, I gotta go recollect a cow. I guess 2 cows, just so I have them. Throw all that in. Okay, the railings are amazing and I love them, and I feel like the colors work pretty well with my existing design. So copper is finally useful. I mean, this mod generally makes it useful, but, you know, extra useful. Yeah, it's ironic that I'm saying it's more dangerous to, do things over the ocean, where, in a lot of cases in Minecraft, that would be considered safer. I am a little sad by the fact that these don't seem to want to stack well. Oops. Yeah, I need to work on the railings, but I think the railings can work pretty well. Okay. I'm over land. I'm gonna do something stupid. I just wanna... Oh my gosh, we're crashing! Stop! Okay, well, this is actually unintuitive to the thing I wanted to do. I am just shedding. Why is there a wandering trader here? I kind of just wanted to get back to the starting area, which is literally right there. Wow, this makes this area feel small. Okay. Oh! Okay. Okay, it's very front heavy, but it's not that bad. It's like kind of bad. It's a little wobbly. There is a point at which I could try to replace the helm with proper piloting controls. Like where I have to push the buttons and everything myself. And I could add a thing that tries to add like auto balancing. I could make this more like Besiege if we really wanted to. A good stop and well, okay. I'll point us back towards the base. Oh man, we're schmovin'. Yeah, we can grow trees here. Heck yeah. We just need to recollect a cow. Once we have a cow, I can make burgers. Oh wait, no. Oh, I just realized. Okay, I need maybe I should just grab a bunch of the like a couple of the animals and make like an animal room or something. I need animals on the go. Is that a flying ship? Like a glitched one? I feel like my niche is being like that's definitely a glitched one. My niche is being threatened. We must build cannons and destroy it one day. There is that one as well, but you know, it's supposed to be there. It's really hard to end a stream of this. So freaking cool, dude. I kind of wish the balloons didn't take up so much space because once I build the balloons, I can't really do trees up here. I might be able to do trees downstairs, though. Okay, well, I'm gonna end the stream here. So, next time, we will return to our area. I think I'm just gonna try to collect several animals to put on the ship. I need to test something. So, there is the risk that crashes or other things make the animals disappear. I'm wondering whether or not, like, okay, I'm going to be making some kind of cruelty machine on the ship where it's just like cows and pigs and things in little boxes because I need their supplies, but I don't necessarily need, like, them to be happy. I mean, what? I can't do a whole farm thing because they don't have AI when they're on the ship. Do you think if I put them on top of slime blocks, that might be a way to prevent them from just dying upon, like, it reloading and giving them a bunch of fall damage? I don't know. I'm just trying to think how to deal with this. Maybe I'll experiment with it off stream. Anyway, thank you all for watching. This was very fun, and I'm going to go, I don't know, find dinner.
Why have you done this to me?
Anyway, yeah, see you all next week. To solve the eyes, you must first play a song with all 9 messages. Second, ask ChatGPT about all 9 messages. Third, find a group that fits the cauldron room. Fourth, flip the starting letters. Then